Hello, tankers! Today, we'll talk about what vehicles are in the game, which are best for new players to research, and how to accelerate the process. All vehicles in the game are divided into 5 types: heavy tanks, medium tanks, light tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery. Heavy tanks hold the line and push through enemy defenses. Medium tanks are versatile fighters. Light tanks are quick and stealthy. They're the eyes and ears of the team. Artillery is a support type that fires at a curved trajectory. Tank destroyers either provide fire support from afar or in the thick of the action, depending on their role. Roles are a more precise division than types. It's like a wizard can throw fireballs, or be a healer, or a necromancer. 3 mages play completely different roles in battle. The same goes for vehicles. Sniper and assault tank destroyers are designed for completely different actions on the battlefield. Don't rush to the front line in a sniper TD, and don't stand behind everyone in an assault TD, even though the vehicle type is the same. We won't cover every role here since their names speak for themselves. Just know that tanks within one vehicle type can play differently. What exactly should you research? What types, roles, and branches suit newcomers best of all? Generally speaking, any. But it's probably best to choose breakthrough heavy tanks or assault heavy tanks as your first branch. They forgive your mistakes, and most importantly, help you to get to grips with the gameplay basics. Heavy tanks are the skeleton that the teams and the whole battle are built around. That doesn't mean other types and roles are worse. You can always start with medium tanks or tank destroyers, but it'll be easier to learn the ropes playing in the IS-4, IS-7, E100, or 60 TP. To purchase a tank, you need to research it using XP accumulated in the previous vehicle in the branch. Then purchase it for credits and recruit a crew if you need to. Don't recruit a new crew for each tank. It's usually enough to retain your crew from the previous tank to the next one. The next step is module research. Players call vehicles stock and top. Pretty much any vehicle only reaches its full potential when it's top, meaning all its modules are researched. Players often research a new gun first of all, and then everything else. There are many ways to accelerate your research of a vehicle branch. Blueprints provide you a big discount on research. For free XP, you can research modules or even a new tank. Premium account and personal reserves will help you earn XP and credits faster. Joining a good clan that activates clan reserves often will also help. Missions and Battle Pass will allow you to earn a lot of useful resources. Sometimes you can also go to your depot and sell vehicles, modules, or shells you don't need. Premium vehicles will come in handy for earning credits for purchasing vehicles, equipment, and other things. You receive them in top state. You can assign any crew from a vehicle of the same nation and type to a premium vehicle without any penalties to perk efficiency. Premium vehicles are always available for purchase for gold or money, but there are several ways to get them for free. First, Battle Pass seasons sometimes feature an additional chapter. Secondly, the Bond Shop also offers premium vehicles, among other things. Bonds are a currency that you can't buy. You need to earn them. They are earned in random battles with Tier 10s and Tier 9 premium vehicles and as rewards from battle passes, special events, and more. Don't confuse premium vehicles with reward vehicles. The latter also don't require module research, and the crews can be reassigned to them without penalties, but they don't have an increased credit and XP earning rate either. So we've chosen a branch and purchased a tank. How do you equip it for battle? There are 2 classic consumable sets. The first is cheaper, small repair kit and first aid kit, and a fire extinguisher. The second set is for playing for result. large repair kit, first aid kit, and a food consumable for the crew. Most tanks are most effective with this set. If you're looking for an alternative to a food consumable, consider any type of fuel. It will improve engine power and traverse speed. Your equipment selection depends on the type and specific vehicle. Improved hardening is almost a must-have for heavy tanks. Turbocharger is useful for all vehicles, but especially for medium tanks. Coated optics helps light tanks the most. And almost all tanks with cyclic loading can't do without gun rammer. The optimal loadout can change from one vehicle to another. Crew perks also depend on one vehicle type, but to a lesser extent. For example, Brothers in Arms and Repairs are useful for all tanks in the game, while Concealment shouldn't be trained first for many vehicles. Field Modification is additional tuning for an elite vehicle that has all its modules and next vehicles in the branch researched. But the key isn't just equipping your vehicle correctly, it's mastering how to play it. Focus on your tank's type and role. In a heavy tank, position yourself on the front line. Learn how to absorb damage and trade shots efficiently. Be where your team needs you. Play your role, play smart, and watch how your skills naturally improve. That's it for today. See you soon.
那么我们恭喜 Hit 战队获得2023 W 赛坦克世界冠军赛国际决赛的总冠军。
So after we lost to Storm in qualification, yeah?
Struggled the day before. We nearly lost against Dopamine.
A lot of fans, especially the Polish fans.
Main reason of our downfall, let's like this, it was transfer of the mode.
We just, took the power, like we did it, so like no words. When we arrived here, everyone was like, okay, soon the games are closer and closer.
本场比赛由 Dopamine 对战 Hit and Run， 请双方做最后的赛前准备。
那么这一波开团，我感觉 Hit and Run 可能真的准备不足，主战场多人的情况下，还被对手打了一个大的战损比。
They were already warmed, so we had to. We needed time, extra time to adjust, yeah, to see how to play on stage.
恭喜到 Dopamine 0-3。
作为美服的冠军，展示出了他们的冠军实力。
So actually the player who always motivates us the most is Monster. He's always saying like the good words that we have to step up our game and just be focused, that we are better than them.
That's the right moment that we had to do the comeback.
要过来了，皮亚特，火箭冲锋，甩尾，射击，一气呵成。对方现在点位的优势巨大，
人头以及血量优势是非常大的。恭喜 Hit and Run 顶住压力
5-4拿下了第一场比赛的胜利。
我们接下来的所有比赛全部都是淘汰赛，只有一次机会。
他们的内战主要是看什么呢？就是针对与反针对，他们对彼此都非常的了解。
On the stage, we are the competitors, especially that we used to play in past together, like in the same teams.
恭喜 Storm 1-0拿下首局比赛 ，Rexer 这边没有办法了。恭喜 Storm 再下一城4-2。
że sam ten finał to raczej był taki spacerek i nawet ciężko mi się było cieszyć po tym finale, raczej nie czułem żadnych emocji, no i po prostu było tak.
这是一个 NC 青币皮亚特25滴血，哎呦 ，Monster 63竟然是战神一样，战神下凡，但是皮亚特用水炮被战客们带走，恭喜 Storm 拿下赛点。
No more time left to make it.
看上对对手克制，不得不出战。 恭喜黑头让扳回一个赛点，压迫性非常的强啊！这个同时在3线和7线同时前压，不是厂房他也不放过对面。黑头让顶住压力，5比5。身上，哎呦 ，Jordan 又被收走了 ，Zaki。黑头让连扳3个赛点进入决赛。
Ale do samego końca wierzyłem, że uda nam się pokonać Stormy, bo to było dla mnie bardzo ciężkie widzieć ich w takiej sytuacji, ale ktoś musiał ten mecz wygrać.
经过层层的角逐，最终是来自欧洲赛区的 Hit and Run 战队与来自中国赛区的万万战队披荆斩棘，最终会师总决赛。
Karma, he played really well. I think he took a lot of MVPs in this tournament. The whole team, I think, yeah, they play really well as a team. Play aggressive.
让我们看一看冰川之地将有怎样精彩的战斗吧。
开着自己的技能，倒也有点难了，是稳稳的陷入被动。
有减伤，他有减伤。成功的收掉，7比0拿下海岸争霸。看到双方出现的血量上的差距，
也要被带走了。
恭喜到 Hero One 再次拿下1分。
但是队友已经给到了江山的武力币，漂亮。
I feel that the most important round for us was the El Halo, the longest game when there was a draw.
又一次来到了万万人头上的领先。
Okay, so when we were left 2 versus 3, we knew that we have to kill 1 tank.
So I just make a call to run, hide, and don't get any damage.
时间已经到了，
已经来到了平局。
现在就需要计算一下双方这个造成伤害的一个差距。
他的伤害就多一点点，900多。
Very proud of them. Like it was hard work, you know, but we all done it, so I'm really proud of them.
现在来到了一个 Hero One 5打1。
Hit and Run 即将拿下自己的又一个总冠军。
这是恭喜到 Hero One。
海盗尽头天作暗，山登绝顶我为峰。双冠王 Hit and Run 仍然在山巅静候挑战者。
So I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed coming to China and winning tournaments here, obviously. I'm happy that I'm back-to-back champion. You know, I wanted to.
And your winners, your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstore Winter Invitational champions. They take it
24 and the old champion. It is the new champion. Hit and Run. The trophy goes. They've done it. Are united in
Hello gamers and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 playoffs. It's going to be myself and Moff joining you for what promises to be an entire day filled with action, Moff.
Yep, certainly. This is where we get into the real meat and potatoes. This is the Belgian waffle and the British lion riding once more in day 13 of the Onslaught Legends Series.
What a self-glaze, bro. That's crazy. So today and tomorrow, there will be the playoffs. We will also be including, of course, the NA Onslaught Legend Finals. The OLF is going to be concluding today and tomorrow as well. So we're going to be jumping across the pond and seeing what can be done over there. But of course, today and tomorrow, a lot of tokens still up for grabs. 6 tokens today, 8 tokens tomorrow. What can you do with those tokens? Well, very simple. You can spend them into the Onslaught Legends Series token store, which you can find under Depot and then Homefront Supplies. And you can get there a great number of things: premium days, styles, 3D styles, consumables, personal reserves, and last but not least, even a Churchill 3 premium tank as well, for if you want to set a new basic speed record, such like Moth did last night.
I don't know what's going on there. I was playing some Manticore yesterday after all of the assembly shop tanks that people found in the random battle queue. I'm sure everyone's very familiar with how the MM ended up there. But here is the table as it stands. As we've made it to the playoffs, we've got 4 teams left remaining. That's going to be Cashback, Mafia, Hit and Run, and W. The format has changed from last season, of course. It's going to be a double elimination bracket as opposed to just 2 semi-finals straight into a final. So Cashback are going to be waiting in that upper bracket final match, and W are going to be waiting in that lower bracket final match.
Yeah, so Cashback gets to skip a match, which is going to be for them just wait and see who they're going to play against. They are going to be playing against the winner of Mafia and Hit and Run. What a stacked upper bracket. I mean, all these teams are starting to really pick up the achievements, Moff, if you think about it. Mafia, Fragstore, Winter Invitational winners, Hit and Run, back-to-back WCI champions, Cashback. Also, I mean, winning the tournament, I don't even remember it. Onslaught Legends Series 1 and OLC 2, I think. I'm not even sure anymore exactly. But Onslaught Legends Series is the important one, and the prize pool, Moth, has ticked up a little bit since we last saw it. We have crossed the €80,000 barrier, 81,392, and it could still go up a little bit more. That's all thanks to you. The first place is going to take half of this, so not a bad amount whatsoever, Moth.
Yeah, and of course, like you said, people can still rack up the prize pot. Is going to be very tasty for whoever takes it at the end of tomorrow. NA not going to be missing out, of course. Got the $15,000 there. A little bit more of a distribution towards 3rd and 4th, so they're going to recognize their contribution to the tournament.
The schedule for today, we're going to pick it off with Mafia versus Hit and Run. Then Dopamine versus Fumes. This is a North American matchup. Then we're going to be having the loser of Mafia and Hit and Run versus W. And then we're going to have the day finishing off with the loser of Dopamine and Fumes facing off against Stacked, which is waiting in the lower bracket, which we will talk about more later. But that's also a surprise, Moff, to see them in that position.
Potentially, but as far as I know, with my limited understanding of the NA competitive scene, I think there's like 3 sort of top teams, but they've been reshuffling players between them. Anyway, enough of that. It's a banger straight out of the gate here between Hit and Run and Mafia, the 2 Polish powerhouses, yada yada yada. Both of them very familiar with each other. Hit and Run, of course, 2-time WCI champions, and Mafia recently won the Fragstore Winter Invitational. So both of these teams have a pedigree, they have a history of winning. In recent times, though, I felt like Mafia was the stronger team, but in the playoffs, it could go anywhere.
This is a whole different ballgame even still than the regular season, but community predictions stacked against the defending WCI champion. Hit and Run. People don't seem to believe in them too much, Moff, but let's be real, it is always kind of the case with them recently. People just are like, oh, they're not going to win, and then they pull it out of the bag anyways.
That's true, and I think that's just because they don't have like such commanding wins, and they have these really weird rounds where they just lose to someone that you don't expect, like Darkside, for example. Player profiles, of course, we saw Yuzek just before this, and I think he was a really key pickup for Mafia. He came over to them from Storm, and he's been a very performing player for them. I think he's got the highest, I could be mistaken, but I believe he must be one of the highest DPG players so far remaining in the tournament.
Now, when we get into the map pick and bans, time to remind everybody, this is not best of 5, this is not best of 7, this is best of 9. So we're looking for a team to get up to 5. Airfield and Westfield are being banned by Hit and Mafia respectively. Gives us Studzianki as the very first map between these two. A Polish map for two Polish teams. Pretty good.
Yeah, and Hit and Run, tactically, banning out Airfield. That is Mafia's most played map. It's also Mafia's highest win rate map. So Hit and Run taking away a very strong option for their opponent. Also getting to pick into Studzianki. I believe Hit and Run actually has a 100% win rate on this map so far. They've only played 5 games, of course. And a couple of those rounds were against LTP, who looked kind of bad in that one particular game against them. But still, pretty strong picks from Hit and Run early on in the best of 9.
Murovanka, the map that Mafia opts to play, coming right after Studzianki. They like playing that map as well. They played it a decent amount. And then Cliff and Himmel's being removed. So we really took away all of the really fast maps. That gives us Pilsen as map number 3. And we'll definitely get some Pilsen. If we're going to get to Ghost Town, which comes after that, is a whole different question. Because, you know, depends. Probably yes. And after Ghost Town Moth, if the tiebreaker is needed, Ensk being removed. But then Ensk being played. The interesting note here is that all of the super fast maps like Cliff and Westfield have been taken out. So we're getting more of a medium-paced matchup.
Yeah, we're going to have a slow, or potentially slower, more methodical, tactical game being played between these two teams. And Studzianki really hasn't actually been played all that much in the season by any of the teams. So it would be very interesting to see what's been cooked up here. As with the predictions, me and you both going with Mafia, going with that sort of renewed sense of faith in the recent form. Phil and Key, the Yermans, going both with Hit and Run. They've got the history on their side at least.
The good thing is here that even the caster prediction is pretty split, but let's get in it. The first match of the day, Mafia versus Hit and Run. Mafia rocking the double E100, the double BAT, the double 430U, and the Forge B.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run are bringing one E100, double T57, triple 430U, and Mentos in the trusty RHM. So Mafia playing without that light tank. We have seen it before, but on a map like Studzianki, that seems like quite a risk.
Well, we'll see how much Mentos is able to get with the initial plane, which is always an important factor in this one. He puts it down. He will find
nothing. He spots nothing with his first plane there. He almost tricked himself, I would say, because the positions for Mafia's tanks, they definitely could have found them at the start. Mentos now going for the radar, denies Kono from taking it, and he does secure that. So bit of a misstep at the very start of this best of 9, but immediately corrects that mistake with taking the information. Now double 430U from both teams here, actually trying to push into this dip, and it looks like Mafia have gotten there first, but YOLO's not going to make it in. He's down to just 148. Never mind that, out of the round, but Amarak is T-Sec. We have not seen an Amarak all season long, and now it happens in the playoffs.
I mean, he was a one-shot already, but it's interesting. Both these teams able to kill one of those tanks, taking the dip. Mentos now taking the strike. But it looks like, after all, that Mafia might have the slightly better positions, especially because they have that bad shot in the south coming in now to try and flank. Urchek as well coming in. DJ wants to ram into Marcel. Is actually going to be able to do it as well. Marcel needs to be aware there. Panther Fury pushing in as well. Profuse and Music, they're going for Ketsai and Franak. They're giving up Marcel that last 4 to the U. They still have a bad shot in the south, sniping away. Can they do the damage? They can. Franak falls. Ketsai is now next on the chopping board, but trades going left, right, and everywhere so far. It's pretty even Stevens here. Monster wants a little bit of Orchek, and that's the good thing here for Hit and Run. They still have one of those pesky high DPM medium tanks left alive, which is Monster, who's just chasing down Kono together with Mentos, and Ketsai will survive on a one-shot for now.
Yeah, Monster being a bit of a tourist here as he tries to round the corner, gets tracked. Mentos trying to find that kill on towards Kono, but he has got a clip loaded in that batch shot, so Mentos takes a lot of damage to secure that kill. Hit and Run now with significantly less HP than the side of Mafia. They've got just 3k HP remaining. They really need to try and slow down the game if they can to play for Mentos, but they're just not going to get that opportunity. The positions are far too compromised. DJ is in a crossfire. He's facing off against Yuzek, and now Comrade's coming in the back with that Batchat. He's going to clip out on towards that E100 pretty much for free. It's going to be Mafia taking the first round.
Yeah, Mafia should be taking the first round here, but it's not as clean as you would hope. If Yuzek picks up DJ, they will be all fine, though he does. And now Mentos on one shot. Yeah, initial trades there, more 4-3 is dying on both sides. Amazing stuff for both Mafia and Hit and Run to kill one of those tanks, but then afterwards, Monster chasing down Kono in the bat. I don't know if it was the right decision, Moff. It took them so far. Well, potentially the 4-3 could have been farming much harder against those heavies in Push B.
Potentially, and like I said, Monster, he took so much damage for pursuing that Batchat there, and now it's just Mentos left in the 1 versus 2. Technically, there is a possibility to win this, but he just has so little to work with in terms of health. He is a one-shot for a shot of damage, he's one shot for a strike. He will be able to collect that, though, and now Yuzek pushing forwards, but Mentos gets spotted here, so not far enough away to use low noise, and he does get hit by the strike. Great prediction there from Oljek.
Yeah, good strike placement, and Mafia will come in and pick round number 1. We talked about slow pace. Mafia says no slow pace today, go straight for that cap. And yeah, the RHM is a very useful thing to have, Mob, but he needs a slightly longer battle, true impact.
Yeah, and in the end, he just wasn't able to find any impact in the game there. So the light tank not working out. Also, the fact that he got the radar, it was, I mean, he did get the info, but it was delayed, right? Which was problematic for the side of Hit and Run. Remember, of course, I said T-Sec got Amarak at the start of the game. I was too focused on YOLO, who was getting tracked, and that ended up not really mattering. He received 7 shots of damage there, so it wasn't a full HP Amarak. And just to go back to what we said pre-game, before this match started, we thought maybe it's going to be a slow, methodical affair and team's going to be dipping their toe in the water. Nothing like that whatsoever, just straight into the carnage, misplays all across the board. It's a beautiful brawl.
Yeah, and the Boltus 4-3 doing 0 is just hilarious, to be honest. The Amarak on T-Sec, it was like 50 HP or something like this. He was pretty much right. I have indeed not seen an Amarak this season either. Luckily enough, it didn't really matter here, but it looked cool nonetheless.
It did look cool. It was all scripted for the spectacle of the playoffs.
Yeah, you almost feel like T-Sec didn't need to do what he did once the 4-3 got tracked, but maybe he was already going, then he got double tracked. But both teams setting up a great counter for those 4-3s. D57 is working out great. Mafia coming in ahead though, and that's, you know, that 1 tank extra compared to the light in a battle like this, I think is pretty important.
Yeah, it really did make a difference. And to add on to what you said, T-Sec, I think he got tracked once, and then he was kind of indecisive about whether he wanted to continue going, but he'd already bled half of his HP at that point. He probably should have just tucked in behind that building, and that potentially could have made the difference in that round if they were able to keep a 430U alive.
Well, yeah, if they killed T-Sec and if they killed Yoro, I think it was, and kept T-Sec alive, you know, like even on low HP, he'd be a nuisance. But they weren't able to do that. But it does show that both these teams have roughly the same philosophy on how to play Domov.
Yeah, they want to take aggressive control of the map. None of this slow playing with a Grilla, for example, in the back lines. Phase 1 score on the screen at the moment. There's not really much that you can read into that. Of course, that was weeks ago at this point, a best of 5. Just the quick 3-0 for Hit and Run. I don't remember what the score was in Phase 2 between these teams, though.
You just asked a very difficult question, Moff.
I'm gonna have a look right now and see if I can find it.
Well, Moff goes to find the results of Phase 2. I can tell you that battle number 2 is about to get underway. W100, double bat, double 4-3U, and a 268 V4 for the side of Mafia. Well, Hit and Run Moff not changing too much, if anything.
No, it's exactly the same lineup from them. So clearly not believing that the light tank was the issue there. And I have to say, I think Mentos may have overcooked with where he was putting the plane, because of course teams can be really tricky with it at the start in how they try to maneuver their tanks to avoid the plane. But in the end, ironically, if he just put the plane in the sort of default location, he still would have spotted about 4 or 5 tanks from the side of Mafia. And this time he doesn't make the same mistake. He goes back to default, spots out 4 guns from the side of Mafia. Kono now, I think he might have been lit there, and Mentos again takes the radar for free, uncontested, no blind shots coming in. So full info for the side of Hit and Run. Mafia playing very fast and aggressive. This line, this pathing by the 430Us is to try and make it so that they can get into the dip without taking too much damage, and it does work.
Yeah, I mean, YOLO doesn't get tracked this time, makes it into the dip. He probably thought that this was a repeat story of round number 1 coming in, but he makes it. He does take some damage, but they have the strike. They have positions as well. They have the Bachelor on the side, and now Panzer Fury starting to push up in that E100. Immediately takes one from Profuse. Orchek trying to get in position as well. DJ and Monster now looking to re-push back in towards this dip. Panzer Fury joining as well. DJ already down towards pretty low HP. The strike missing. That's pretty important. Monster with a ram. Profuse coming back in. Will immediately finish off DJ though, and yet again we find ourselves in a brawl situation, but Marcel this time around will not live. He will fall almost instantly. The focus fire from Hidden One is on point, deleting the DPM, but from Mafia, you got to say it's the same thing. They also get those double 430Us out of the game, and Panzer Fury on a one-shot will now fall against Yuzek as well. And look on the left-hand side of your screen, Conrad coming back in with the Bachelor 25T fully reloaded as well. They want to wipe away that last DPM medium with his T-Sec. He is trying to run, and Conrad getting chased down by Mentos, but if they kill T-Sec with Kono coming in as well, maybe Conrad chewing off a little bit too much because he just explodes.
Yeah, he does, and it's just complete chaos as both teams just sitting in the middle of the open as they trade it out of each other. He doesn't have enough shells here. That's Kono in the Batcher. Doesn't have enough shells to kill Mentos in this situation, so he's going to have to pop that ability and run away, but the RHM is no slouch with that DPM. HE loaded up and ready to go, so he'll be able to finish that one off, although Yuzek does put in a good shot in towards Mentos, who still finds the kill, though Kono just not able to get the reload off in time, and now Yuzek caught in the open in front of the double T57 heavy for the side of Hit and Run. It's going to be all square on Studzianki.
Yeah, and you saw Conrad there with that Bachelor 25T wanted to pick up T-Sec, but that did really not work out the way you would expect that to happen, Moff. I think they had the game again, but that slight miscoordination between Kono and Conrad, where Conrad just blew up, and I don't even know if he managed to connect any shots on T-Sec, maybe like 1 or 2, but not nearly enough.
Yeah, and Hit and Run did a fantastic job of just focusing him out as quickly as possible. He did manage to get a clip off before he died, but that was about it. And poor Ozhek just left alive. Last one remaining, the elephant of the E100. He can't really do anything in this situation. He's just going to get farmed, and eventually these T57s will move in for the kill. But what I find really fascinating, though, is that these teams are just being so ferocious right now with each other. They're just trading off the pieces in the early game. It's like a game of chess where you just throw all of your pieces into the fight and just trade off the entire board. Ketsai here looking to finish this round, and he does so. 6.7k from that T57. That is exactly what you want to see.
That's the DPM tank there for the side of Hit and Run, and you know they had one less E100. They have an extra DPM tank. Works out for them there. But it's very brave from Hit and Run to try this kind of repush, not once, but like twice this time around. They do come out ahead in this regard, and those 57s will have pumped a lot of damage.
Yeah, they definitely did, and they made sure the way they positioned themselves for the entire round, they made it so that they weren't really able to get picked off by Mafia at any point. I think Ketsar was just hiding behind one of those outside buildings, both of them combined. Yeah, that's a lot of damage between the pair of them, and Mentos doing his bit as well. 3.6 in that RHM. I'm not even sure really if the info for the side of Hit and Run actually made a difference here, because both teams just went into that dip. It was like a magnet.
See, the biggest difference there, I think, is that, you know, Conrad's second clip on that 430 of T-Sec just didn't work out. If that did, they explode him. I think they kill Mentos as well, and the game is over. Right? Because then they just have to play against the double T57. One of the bats might survive, and if not, they have the double E100 still alive for a while. But that didn't work out, and that's kudos to Hit and Run. They made it work. They did the right focus fire, the leading tanks. Murovanka could provide us more of the same.
Oh, it definitely can. It definitely can. Aggression towards that cap and those mid strikes in the beginning of the game. But, you know, to be honest, like, I'm more than, you know, I'm signed up and ready to go for this. If these teams are just going to go at it like this for the entire match, it's going to be, they're going to be exhausted by the end.
Yeah, they'll have the first like real slowdown will be Ghost Town, because Pilsen can be played hyper fast as well. Ghost Town tends to not be done anymore though.
No, but even Ghost Town, mind you, is not, you know, we have seen some triple cap attempts in the past, which sort of then unfolds into another chaotic brawl, and sometimes that's just the way Onslaught games go, right? You just end up in this this frenzy.
It's interesting that Mafia opted twice to play without Light, though. We'll see if this trend continues, because YOLO has been an extremely good Light player across seasons as well. And yeah, Phase 2, it was a hit-and-run win, but in Tiebreaker.
Yeah, which I think only goes to show just how closely matched these two teams are, both in terms of strategic gameplay and in terms of skill level of their players. Yeah, long may it continue.
I mean, whoever loses this, luckily enough, does still have a second chance, though.
They do, but critically, they have to play again today. They don't get, you know, best of 9 going into a second best of 9. You know, that's not great. And then of course you can bring up the old classic argument of, is it better to warm up and then play another game, or better to just go in fresh? You can debate about that. Is Tsek trolling or not? That's the question.
What do you think yourself?
Well, I thought for a second, my brain went, oh, DPM, and then but then the logic came and I was like, no, surely not.
The fact that you even considered it for a brief second, Moff, is very worrying. But again, Mafia, no light tank. No light tank for Mafia for 3 rounds in a row now, Moff. They really just do not believe in the light. So Mentos, again, with a free game, kind of.
Yeah, and that can be very powerful, but obviously Mafia are going to have a plan in mind. The tanks at the back there, Profuse, YOLO, and Orziek, making sure that they deliberately reverse at the start so that the info is not found by Mentos. He will probably spot them out at some point. Radar even being taken here by Mafia. Yuzek actually manages to sneak that one away. Mentos not ready to deny that one with a second plane. So despite the fact that Mafia have no light tank, again, they have full info, but Hit and Run are not stopping to find out what they've got prepared here. They go in towards Kono, who is isolated right now. He doesn't really have the support of the rest of his team, and that 430U shreds against CS's.
Mafia now trying to re-push back in, though. Tsek is down towards a one-shot as well. Tsek is actually dead. Conrad with the angle in the Fush B from the side. And here comes the swarm of blue across the open. YOLO, Orchek, Profuse, they're just going for it. The E5s are shooting them from the side. But is that going to be enough as Panzer Fury explodes? Yuzek taking a truckload of damage himself, dropped towards 433, but he will survive. And Conrad now starting to make his way back in with the Fush B. But Mafia, they may have found those double targets. They're now a little bit in no man's land. They need to find the next one to push on Conrad Pop's ability, but can he do something with that? DJ is now the one that they're going for as Conrad starts clipping out a monster who is already out of ability, so they will find something there. They now need to continue on towards these E5s of Ketsai and DJ though, and they're doing a good job. Conrad even turning around to help them out. Marcel picks him up, and Orchek to put Ketsai in the grave. Now Monster seems to be a prime target for the boys from Mafia, as Profuse will get on his side, but Monster is off of reload. They gotta be careful here, because this man could still do quite a lot with that last clip, and he starts to heal up as well. With Frone coming from the side, they pick it up, but when we look at the overall battlefield, somehow all of the hit and run tanks, they're all dead.
Yep, that was another very, very fast game here, and brought to you by Mafia. They did not pump the brakes at all at any moment there. They just went full out aggression, and I think critically that crossfire that they had in the beginning, like initially it looked good for Hit and Run, right? They picked off that CS with the double 430U, but they were just in crossfire the entire time, and they just, both of them got immediately traded out.
Yeah, I mean, they did a real number. I think the first B of Conrad was able to get numerous shots on towards Tsek on the side there, who didn't seem to be fully safe. in some fashion, so they were able to trade off Kono, which did not look like to be the case in the beginning.
No, and I'm kind of wondering at this point, as Mafia have clocked something, if they figured something out, because they brought this philosophy to every single round of play so far. They have just ditched the light tank. They don't care about the info one bit. And the reality is as well, the funny part is that they actually had full info anyway, because they were able to take the radar for free. Mentos was not prepared, and no one from Hit and Run was prepared to counter that radar.
Conrad coming top. That's because he got that second clip off as well. And yeah, that losing those 30 use is just such a detriment to your tactic. You know, like, it's so detrimental. It's such a good DPM tank, but it's also when you start basing your strategies around these. So like we transitioned from in this season from Blitzkewitzes to 30 use. When you had like 6 Blizkas, hey, if you lose 1 Blizka, you have 5 more. If you have 2 30 use and you lose 1, and then you lose the second, you're already in a whole different ballgame, because all of a sudden your core, your DPM, is just dead.
Yeah, it's their main battle tank, right? It's the centerpiece of any team's strategy. They did have E5s though, which we didn't really even notice that or mention it in the pre-battle. But E5 is not a tank that teams have really been playing.
That's high base DPM though.
It does, and of course that Bounty Hunter ability, for those that don't know, every time you shoot a different target you get a small boost to your DPM.
Yeah, it's one of the weaker abilities throughout, but the tank itself is already very powerful though.
Not able to have an impact in the previous round, unfortunately, and because the best of 9 is so long, there's so many rounds to play, you got a lot of time to make adjustments based on what your opponent is doing. So will we see any kind of reaction from Hit and Run or adjustment to how they want to play? Because Mafia is just full in-your-face aggression.
Yeah, Mafia is really just running it down. I mean, they have, like we said, it's not because they have a bad light tank player. They have YOLO. And they're still opting to play without round in, round out to have that extra combat tank. And to be honest, Mentos never gets really enough time. Like in 2 out of 3 battles, he doesn't have the time to make that light tank work.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember off of my own experience the timing of when he gets his replane available. And I'm pretty sure, like on my own timings from Onslaught, I'm pretty sure he would definitely have a plane available at the start to get that radar, but just not expecting it, not prepared for it. This time, however, Mafia will be bringing YOLO in that RHM Panzerwagen, so switching it up a little bit. They're also bringing an E100, double Batcher, double CS, and a Foch B.
Hit and Run in return again with the E5s, the Bat, the double 30U, the Foch B, and the RHM. So Mafia now starting to bring out the light by themselves, Mov. They're changing it up, which might be a good mid game adjustment as well.
Potentially. And is YOLO going to go for that radar? No, but he gets a shot. He takes a shot from someone else. Frantic now going for the radar, and there's no one in position from the side of Mafia prepared to stop this. So full information gained for the side of Hit and Run. And this Forest Force, this little group of tanks from the side of Mafia, they need to hightail it out of there right now, because the full fury of Hit and Run is moving towards them.
They are immediately bailing out. Kono taking the strike. He's getting pushed on by those E5s, though. Profus will be there to shield him. He's getting reset immediately, but Mentos giving a shot will receive one as well. And now Kono yet again is the target for Hit and Run. He's going to be pulling towards the outside, though, facing off against just Ketsai, who takes a little bit of damage from behind, but Conrad coming in, YOLO coming in as well on the side, and Kono playing a good job of ring around the Rosie here, and Ketsai not doing a good job of trying to stay alive because he's down towards a 2-shot. Make that a 1-shot now with a little bit of RNG. He will get picked up by Conrad, who's now stuck behind his house as well, wants to continue on towards DJ in that E5, who is trying to get out of there himself now. Yet again, there is a small overmatch here from Mafia, but look at the outside though. Marcel and the Foch B is dead, and Hit and Run have equalized the score. The Light of Mentos will retreat as well. They will take the strike, but Profus needs to be careful himself, and we will settle this first engagement with a slight lead for Hit and Run.
Yeah, and the problem for Mafia right now is they've got all of these tanks stuck in the middle of the map. They have no crossfire at the moment, apart from YOLO in the RHM, which is really not enough because he's got his own problems to worry about in that 1v1 with Mentos over there. So really poor positions at the moment for Mafia, and if Hit and Run play this correctly, if they play it slowly, they should be winning in this situation.
Ooh, DJ heals up, but he will get striked. Profuse will heal as well, will survive a little longer. Orchak taking some damage, but Profuse will fall against Panzer Fury. You would assume he had that 430U from Panzer Fury, not missing on that distance, finds the kill. Mafia there wanted to kill the E5, they do succeed at it, but now Orchak pushing on towards Franek. They want actually to get Panzer Fury out of this game, but that will be a hard one to kill, and Franek realizing now that Orchak is kind of by himself, will start to make the aggressive play, start to clip out as well. He's taking a little bit of damage from behind, but not nearly enough. And I don't even think that Orchak will be able to kill Franek. But Hit and Run, not waiting. T-Sec coming to join just in case. Franek realizing that the strike is coming, dodges it. Kono falling, Orchak falling, Conrad falling. They're all falling for Mafia. And round number 4, Hit and Run will put themselves back all even.
Yeah, we're going to tie things up. Once again, both teams going to put 2 rounds on the board here. Hit and Run just need to close out this round, which should be easy enough. They've got Mentos alive in that RHM to go to work and find these kills. There is Uzek though. He's running into a bat chat, but unfortunately, fortunately for him, he has enough health to deal with that situation. Now YOLO overcommitting, desperately trying to pick up that kill, because if there were any way that Mafia could get back into the round, it would be killing that light tank, but it is not meant to be. As YOLO falls, it's going to be Uzek shortly after, and now we can begin to dissect what happened in that round.
Yeah, there's a few things there, right? I mean, Conrad getting stuck behind the same building as Kono, potentially not necessary move for starters. Getsai was always going to die, I think.
Yeah, I think they just overcommit to trying to save Kono, if that makes sense. You send too many forces, overreact, and I pointed out in the game, Mafia, because they sent all of their guns towards the middle of the map, it meant they didn't have any other positions. There was no cover, there was no crossfire, and in the end, they made this aggressive move to try and pick up DJ. And I think the reason they did that is because they knew that they were going to be screwed. They were going to lose over time if they didn't do something anyway.
Well, it's basically correct. They were in a very bad position at that point. When we look at the shard, so something happened to Marcel as well on the offside move, which we saw in the lower third. He kind of just exploded, only doing one shot. That is what really sealed the deal this battle.
Well, it certainly didn't help, did it? We didn't really see exactly what happened to him, but I think it's safe to assume he just got caught in the middle of the open with his pants down and died shortly after that. Franek doing 4.6 in the bat, just providing good crossfire in those buildings. Just a little bit of a pest, annoying for Mafia to deal with in that late round.
Pilsen and Ghost Town coming up. Pilsen, again, it can be played very, very aggressive, but it can also be a lot slower. I expect us to slow down the pace a little bit more in this battle.
I don't know. At this point, we'll just go full out aggression, pedal to the metal all the way to the end, potentially.
I mean, yeah, you can also play it without lights, of course, if you want to. And you can dodge a lot on this map. Like, you can dodge a lot of initial information.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Placing that first plane at the start as the RHM, you kind of have to decide between, do you want info for field, or do you want info for people pushing towards the city, towards the middle part of the map? And even then, like you say, if they want to, you can just reverse at the start, and that kind of just messes the whole plan up, the whole plane for that light tank. And we saw in the first round, Mentos ended up not planing anyone because he tried to reverse engineer it or think 2 steps ahead, and then it actually ended up costing him all info altogether.
What are you expecting, Moff, in terms of like pace, aggression, cap plays, potentially mid plays?
Foshbees. Just that. Foshbees. Lots and lots of Fosh Bs.
Lots of Fosh Bs?
That would be my guess. We could also see something that's become quite popularized is sending either an EBR or a light tank aggressive towards the mid-strike at the start to try and pick that one up. I saw an interesting innovation in, I don't remember if it was, I think it was OCS playoffs, the qualifying division. They sent an EBR and a CS towards the middle of the map, and they used the CS to shield for the EBR so that the light tank that normally plays field couldn't reset the strike. I thought that was quite a cool innovation, and it allowed them to cap, and then they had a strike available to strike the strike. And I know I'm going like into so many micro details there, but I thought that was a really, really cool strategy I saw.
I'm just kind of curious what we will get. Most Fosh B prediction, kind of true, kind of untrue. Hidden one though.
Not really.
The most interesting one, back with the EBR Moth. We saw that from them before, I think. Double Fosh B, triple 57, and an E100.
Yeah, when I said Fosh Bs, you know, the kind of default standard is 1 or 2 on each team anyway. So I was expecting maybe a little bit more. But of course, Fosh B is the main battle tank of Onslaught these days. Mentos, like you said, bringing that EBR once again. We've seen him do that multiple times already. Does a very aggressive spotting run, allows his team to get early info. I'm curious, I mean, I guess the reason that you pick an EBR, it's kind of like the problem that we said with playing the light tank at the start. Your plane is not always going to give you reliable information, so at least by playing an EBR, he's going to get that aggressive info.
He makes that run, like you're talking about, that very aggressive run towards the 60-0 line. He doesn't spot anything immediately. He does spot Profuse out now. But Mafia is opting for that gap flame off. They're really today saying we go all out aggressive. And the EBR off in this scenario, not ideal.
No, not optimal at all, that's for sure. But of course, Yuzek getting caught out here, taking couple of shots there, bled down to about 2/3 of his health, but hit and run haven't really left anyone close enough for the side of Mafia to pick up for free here. Of course, Mentos also picked up that field strike, so this cap, at least in the next couple minutes, is not going to be an immediate problem.
And Mafia seem to smell that something is afoul here. They're not pushing down this 1-2 line. They do get spotted out. They're backing off now in the 57s. They're starting to push up. Yolo will get reset by the strike. Now Hidden One realized that it is time for them to start moving back in, as they will need to decap. I mean, Kono's capping there on the far outside. It's a neat little position to cap from, but he will get reset by the EBR at some point. And now the T57 is pushing up from Hidden One. They will get striked, minus 800, or check retaliating again. Now they're running into Monster though, which is Conrad and Marcel. The cap does get reset, and Mafia running into currently a brick wall that is called Hit and Run, who have the positions, have the angles, but can they make it work? Still, they are one thing down because of that EBR. Panzer Fury now coming around the corner. Conrad is out of ability. Monster, I don't think, has his ability popped right now either, so Conrad's going to be backing off. Marcel is going to be trying to get the damage. Now Monster pops his ability, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill him. Ketsai coming in as well with the T57. Mafia in trouble on this part of the map, but Tisek in trouble on the other one. But Hit and Run, they do find some great success. Yuzek, Conrad, and Marcel basically dead for this.
Yeah, and the really awkward part is that they're all on reload, so Marcel just in a 3v1 and allowed to stay alive in that situation. Franek now getting hunted down in his T57, but again, the reloads are on, and Marcel is still alive on just 10 points of health in his Cent AX. They are hunting him down. They do finally pick up the kill there as Ketsai comes off of reload in his T57, but once again, he's clipped out and he is on reload once more. It's a 4v4 here in the end game. Hit and Run finding another kill. That's Monster on towards Orzhek, and this EBR of Mentos just driving around, going for a nighttime drive, or a daytime drive rather, just stroll in the park in his EBR, as it's just 2 guns left for the side of Mafia. Make that one. Profuse in the mouse. There is nothing left for him in this game. Pans Fury doing a good job of shielding Ketsai in that T57 just to make any possibility of Profuse clutching impossible.
Looked for a second there like Mafia was coming right back in at Mov, but No, like the fact that the Foch B died there, and I think somebody like their T57 died was the nail in the coffin. They needed like Kono to survive, and then they had a good chance of winning this still. But hit and run, pick it up, 3 for them, 2 for Mafia, and they also pick up a round that is a very hard one to win for them. You know, EBR really not a great tank for this scenario.
Yeah, we could say that, and he closed the net on them really, really quickly, though. He definitely knew what was up with that situation. He cleared the field immediately, took the strike, and then immediately flanked around behind. And if there is a detail that we could say that tipped it in favor of Hit and Run in this game, it is the fact that they knew what was up pretty much the entire round, right? Because, of course, it was a fairly even fight all the way through, but Hit and Run just having a slight advantage in terms of the information that they had.
Really good shooting across the board from the team of Mafia. Marcel surviving way longer than he had to. And
it was pretty funny because they were all on reload and he was just chilling in a 3v1 and they couldn't kill him.
There's just those. Actually, the EBR doing 4.8k damage. Really good game from Mentos.
Yeah, and I've played the EBR a fair bit in Onslaught, and because of the way Onslaught works with the modifiers and buffs to your dispersion values, you can essentially go for all of the reverse field mods that buff your DPM, and obviously you can pick up a rammer as well because equipment pieces like CVS and optics are not as important, right? So the EBR, you know, if you let it cook, if you let him work, he can actually rack up a fair bit of damage.
And he did just that. I mean, of course, some of that is strike damage, but this is a game where the EBR will always struggle, and the fact he's second in damage is a very, very good result. And for the first time, I think this entire matchup, Hit and Run now take the lead away from Mafia.
Yeah, and will they be able to continue that, though? Or are we going to have the continuation of the saga so far where they just go blow for blow and Mafia are going to hit straight back with one of their own?
The way it's currently going, I'm expecting this to play out into a very, very long series.
It could be. Or Hit and Run could win the next 2 rounds and it could be over just like that. Of course, we don't know. There is no script to predict the future.
It's Mafia's playstyle is becoming very evident, or they're like, we will go kill them. That's the play. We want to push them, we want to fight them, and then opt into the hope that they have a light tank of some sort.
Yeah, but of course in this game, Hit and Run was so passive, and they didn't have to worry about the cap either. I think that was the most important thing in that game, is that the cap was never actually an issue. So Hit and Run were not, you know, Mafia weren't able to take any kind of early advantage because there were no tanks from Hit and Run that were forced into bad spots.
Lineups though: Mafia, double mouse, a T57, a 4-3U, double Foch B, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Hit and Run bringing 1 E100, 1 mouse, triple T57 heavy, a Foch B, and the RHM Panzerwagen. So leaning even more so into T57 heavy meta, and you know that tank can be very effective at blowing up Foch Bs.
Yeah, because of that intra clip and clip potential, sure.
If you miss a shot though, if you miss some shots, then it becomes problematic.
If you can blow one up, yeah. If you can't, then they will chase you down and you will regret your decisions in life. So the double 57, Cat's Eye Panther Fury missing the plane. 4 tanks spotted from Mafia, but this round, Moff, looks like finally these teams have decided that, well, we're going to play a little calmer.
Yeah, oh, no. Mentos going for the aggression early on. Tries to go for the radar. Very, very cheeky maneuver there. He's actually lucky to get out with his life, I would say. Only down to 1600 HP. But that's very, very cheeky to try and snatch the radar at the start there.
Fronic letting us some blinds, Mental's backing away. Yeah, it's super greedy. Profuse starting to take the mid strike. He will get there before Monster, so again, same idea. Mouse into the mid strike for both these teams. Profuse just gets there quicker. He will take it. YOLO will take the strike on the east in the meantime as well. Monster going for the trade, opting for it. He's taking a little bit more there from the T57. 1.2 from Orchek, the last one not connecting, but that is a lot of damage on towards that mouse of Monster already. Good stuff there from Orchek and Profuse. Monster wanted to reset, he will not. So now this cap attempt from Hit and Run, all it runs into is double strike, which is arguably probably enough to make sure that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, now Profuse poking out, quite happy to trade with DJ in that E100, and this double T57 heavy, they went looking for a pick, but look how passive Yuzek is in that mouse. He's all the way back in H2 right now. Mafia has control of the middle, they have control of the field, rotations from Hit and Run, T-Sec and Mentos leaving that part of the map. Oh,
Yuzek takes a lot now, though, taking about 2k, getting surprised by these T57s apparently, that do find a very good timing on Yuzek and drop him to 1.4. Unexpected, but it does happen. Monster taking some damage now. Marcel and Conrad are still clearing, and they will find potentially a Fush B from Hit and Run out in the open. That is T-Sec.
The timing.
Yeah, the timing is a disaster. He was behind the building, and now he will just be running into Conrad, who is like, okay. So, T-Sec, how is your day going? Well, mine's going pretty good, as they will kill him. That's a freebie for Mafia.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that pretty much negates the positive trade that Hit and Run made by farming Yuzek with those T57 heavies. Now they are down a gun. YOLO is actually a one-shot in his RHM, though. I'm not really sure. We didn't really see how that managed to happen here, but Hit and Run, Mentos just like thinking about trying to make some kind of move, and Yuzek seems to have been caught again by a T57. Only takes the one shot, just the one shot this time around, and Mafia, they need to just be careful here. They can just slow down the game a bit as they keep trying to make these peaks and trades across the map. They're trying to close the net on Hit and Run right now. I don't think they really need to be so aggressive.
I don't think that they do. Mentos is trying to get behind this 4-3 who gets spotted out. They won't be able to do that. YOLO's still alive on a one-shot, nonetheless, but alive, most important part. Now Monster starting to take the strike. Surely he will get reset by somebody. Franek starting to make his way forward. Marcel getting strike now down towards 700. Ketsai coming from behind. Conrad opting to go for Franek here. Misses on the first, and Ketsai will be flanking. Double tap towards Franek. Conrad and Marcel now pushing forward, but Marcel is not going to be making it as Ketsai puts him down, and all of a sudden Mafia starting to lose control of the situation. They were well and truly in the driving seat, but these trades not going their way. Conrad will find the kill on do Franek, and he will pop his ability and tank Ketsai's clip like a champion. Mentos also still on ability when Conrad was able to heal a lot of this back. You can see that Fushby starting to tick quite up, and now the 57 arriving as well, and Mafia sees back control of this battle, but it's not clean whatsoever.
It's definitely not, and Mentos struggling to find some shots into that Foshby, and he's got to be careful. He's going to be close to death with his own life, down to 39 HP. Now Pan's Fury letting off a clip before he goes down. Can he get back around the corner? No, he gets picked up from behind. That's Orzhik in the T57. Now Hit and Run pushing through the middle of the map, and I don't know why we were worried all along. Mafia have managed to secure the round, but at one point there it looked like they had made a terrible misplay.
Yeah, it started to slip between their fingers, you know. Some magic there happening from Hit and Run. When this round gets close, they have some magic in them to be able to win those scenarios that you would wish other teams were able to win, but they're not. Marcel dies, you're like, okay, it's starting to look a little bit worrying. Having flashbacks to like an airfield match in a best of 9 where, you know, they were going to China and then they weren't.
Yes, we all remember that one. Those who watched it, of course, it wasn't on the official broadcast, but that, you know, it just goes to show the history between these two teams. It's pretty much always bangers, and you were correct. Mafia, they tie the scoreline back up 3-3, and they just keep trading blow for blow, and hopefully it goes all the way until the end.
Ghost Town coming up next. So I'm guessing with what we've seen so far, we could expect one of these two teams to drive straight onto the cap. But so far, no clear winner in this one between the two teams. Good stuff there from Profuse in his mouse. Very solid performance. Conrad as well, and Orchek. Yolo even 3K. Good stuff.
Yeah, I felt so bad for Tishek in that moment though. It's such a tilter when he was waiting that whole time, and then he thought, they probably rotated. I can probably retake this part of the map, and then the exact moment that he moves up is the exact moment that they meet him and blow his tank up.
So we get Ghost on now, which is going to be very, very interesting between these two.
Yeah. Hit and Run have played it only 4 times. They have a 75% win rate. And Mafia have played it 7 times with a 28% win rate. So the statistics clearly favoring Hit and Run here, but this is the playoffs and the chaos that we've seen so far. Anything is possible.
Well, I'm expecting one of the two teams to just drive straight onto the cap for some reason. You know, we've seen a lot of aggressive ghost town plays, but we could also be switching back to a more light-heavy gameplay, though. It's hard to tell. Mafia still looks like they just want to fight.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of the playoffs with these mind games, because we know it's a very common strategy for teams to play double light tank on a map like Ghost Town. So if you try to go in the complete opposite direction with your philosophy and go for this 7 tank like brawl lineup, you go onto the cap and you do some weird positioning to try and deny a strike for your opponent, things could get real interesting real fast.
I mean, I think the most aggressive we've seen is like triple CS into the cap.
I remember that was Hit and Run, and then they accompanied it with like double 50B, and the whole plan is just pick up 1 tank for free that has to overcommit, and then you just keep on rolling with that advantage, right?
I'm just curious what we're gonna get. Like, either Mafia goes like 0 lights or like 3 lights.
Yeah,
something like this. So,
I'm
like
inclined to agree.
No middle ground anymore.
But 0 lights on this map, if your opening gambit doesn't work, it can be quite a very, very painful and slow death if it doesn't work. But here are the lineups, and it's going to be a can opener from the side of Mafia, 1 IS-7, double Bat, a Leo, and double RHM light tank.
Yeah, so Hit and Run in return, triple E5, double T57, a Bat, and an RHM Panzerwagen. So Mafia fallen back into the more default strategy on Ghost Town, the can opener. If you're wondering why it's picked, it's so tall that it can sit on the staircase on the eastern part of the city that connects to the strike and is able to reset. So it's a very niche pick for a niche situation. Both Conrad and Yolo insta-planing, they find 5.
They do. They get a fair bit of information, and I'd say, despite not spotting everything, they have a pretty good idea of what's about to happen. We've got RHMs both going towards that mid-strike in the beginning of the game, and Mentos does get there first for the side of Hit and Run, and Yolo is spotted out while crossing through the open here. He has been planed, of course, and Mentos will have a replane available should and when he wants to deploy that, but Mafia aren't going to hang about it. They're going to go for the peak. They reset the strike on Mentos now. Orzhek providing a shield. Actually, Comrade left the strike, so Mentos has just been allowed to capture it once more. Only 60 seconds left on the cap here. Yeah, but the strike is going to be taken, but neither team's actually being allowed it right now. Orzhek is getting shot as well. Mentos finds the kill on Yolo in amongst all of that. Mentos is not going to be long for this world in this game. Stuck there, but Hit and Run aren't hanging about there. Going to push in. Profuse was forced to go close to get a reset on towards that capture circle, presumably, and now the triple E5 is over peaking. Big Strike comes in on towards them, but Profuse does fall.
Mentos there trying to escape in that light and currently has no ability to do so. Do they plane him? Do they peek him? It doesn't seem like they want to. They're about 2,000 down in terms of HP, but they're down a lot more in terms of tanks. Now, Hit and Run readjusting back in towards the cap, and still nobody opting to put that light of Mentos in the grave. Conrad still has a plane available though.
Yeah, but Hit and Run, they're going in for the kill. They're just going to peek on towards Orzhek in that can opener because there is nowhere for him to hide. Not when Tsek drives straight into him in a T-57 heavy. Panseri doing a good job there of not flipping as he drops down onto the lower platform there, and Hit and Run just pressing the advantage that they have. Now the Batchat's trading it off in the 1v1. They don't have the shells to kill each other, but potentially with the Ram, but that's only going to prolong the inevitable. Kono has no teammates to support him. Mentos is coming closer to try and pick up that kill, which he does, and Hit and Run looking good to win round number 7.
Yeah, Hit and Run seemed very, very aware of what Mafia wanted to do. Their opening was ideal for this, blocking the cap. And the weirdest part, indeed, Mov, is what you saw there, is Conrad running away from the strike instead of sitting behind the Orzhek shield, right?
Yeah, but I think the even more critical point, we kind of got caught up in the mess of all the brawls happening across the map. But I think the moment Mafia actually lost the game was YOLO getting spotted in the start when he was crossing through the open. Just, I'm not even sure if he was spotted by the plane or if he got respotted by Mentos going to the strike at the start.
So, this was, for Hit and Run, ideal. Mafia, they needed the strike to allow Profuse to live, because now he's forced close, they push him, he dies, but it took them a long time to get one of those strikes under control, and then yeah, losing YOLO always going to be pretty bad, but good also to Hit and Run, keeping all 7 alive, finding great success as well with those E5s.
Yeah, we would say that their strategy worked like a charm, worked like clockwork for them. Triple E5 on towards the cap, and the HP that they had, I mean, once the advantage was already taken, they were able to just keep rolling. Look, poor Marcel, though. He actually did almost 7k in that game, which is kind of surprising considering how it's 7-0. You consider how one-sided it actually was in the end. The fact that he was able to do that much in the Leo, pretty impressive.
Marcel had the big game, and he also got a bit of resets as well with that mini strike. But Hit and Run finding their way in this match. It didn't look like they were, but now they're on match point as well, 1 round away of putting themselves in a match against Cash back and allowing themselves to chill for the rest of the day, which is of course the biggest win they could have playing them tomorrow. So Hit and Run needs one more. Mafia wants to bring it to tiebreaker. If the current rounds told us anything, Moff, is that a tiebreaker was right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have been trading it out the whole way through, and I think, I don't know, I would say, like, the way that Hit and Run are winning some of the rounds is perhaps a bit more convincing than the way Mafia are, although I might have that might be just short-term, complete short-termism, because these games have gone by so quickly. I can barely remember what happened in the first map of Studzianki, but Mafia, if they want to keep this going, if they want to keep this marathon, this boxing match going, they're going to have to win this round. Otherwise, Hit and Run will be victorious.
Currently, Mafia holds the fastest round, though, so they would get to pick the side, but it's Ensk. How much do you think would play into that?
I think, from what I remember, I think both teams have about a 50% win rate on this map. So it's really not, like, they've both played it quite a bit, but it's really not a solid ground for either team.
Do you think Hit and Run takes it now?
I don't know. I'm going to sit on the fence. I really...
No. You cannot sit on the fence. You have to pick one or the other.
What I said pre-season, those bundles that, of course, everyone was able to purchase, to contribute to the prize pool. Pre-season, I bet on Mafia, and I picked up that bundle. So I'll stick with that. I'm not quite so confident right now that they're going to be able to bring it home in this particular match. But of course, it's double elimination, so even if they lose this, it's not over.
It is indeed not over, but they will try to bring it one more round further if you're Mafia. W100, double 277, double band, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Hit and Run is cooking with triple light tank here. We've got double RHM and Mentos in his trusty EBR 105. Then we've got double T57 and double E100 to accompany them. But with Mafia only playing one light tank, Hit and Run are going to have to really, really work hard with these lights to get utility out of them.
And YOLO going very aggressive with his light tank straight towards that RD strike on the lower part of the map, or towards that area at least. Mentos already on the spotting point of information will reveal a lot here for the side of Hit and Run. They spot everything out in the open. Profuse cutting across, trying to take part of the map, but there's a double T57 in K4 Moth. Just a pretty weird kind of opening from any team. Already in that position, Music will get spotted out by Monster as well. And what happens next?
It certainly is a very peculiar position to put double T57 heavy, and if the brawl perhaps moves to a different part of the map, they'll find themselves out of the game here. But there is some trades going on. We can hear the shots being fired. Not too much damage taken. Comrade down to 1000 HP here as Mafia look to press forwards. Kono also takes a shot in that E100. Tsek trying to poke again to get another shot, and now YOLO coming under pressure here. My Mentos, he's flanking him from behind and puts a shot in with HE there in that EBR 105. YOLO under pressure, going to be pretty much permaplaned on top of that balcony right now, and Mafia kind of stretched across the map. They're trying to relocate to support all of the different positions, but they don't have guns in place to protect Kono in this position. It's just one batch out at the moment, but the shots do start to come in. Kono down to 1300 HP.
I mean, they do find Kono a little bit, but not quite too much yet. He's still alive, that's most important. And the play from Ketsai and Monster, from Ketsai and Mentos, didn't result into damage. Profu's now getting pushed by these T57s, but they're missing a lot of shots on him. He's actually able to pull back behind that hold down. A lot more misses than you would expect, and this really was not the move for Hit and Run, Moth, if you look at it.
Yeah, there's trades for Hit and Run. They've got Franek, who's Amrekt. He does repair that. Of course, now Pan's Fury trying to relocate out of this situation, but these T57s, this play is not working as they might have imagined. They've lost Franek almost for free, I would say, and now Pan's Fury is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now DJ overpeaking to try and find that kill on towards Kono, but that's not really going to work. They've got Yuzek in crossfire in the batch-up, but he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful here. The Mentos in the EBR is flanking from behind, and I think he managed to find that kill. Now DJ is getting overpeaked as Mafia look to re-pressure through the middle of the map. They're driving through a crossfire, but they don't care. They have the guns and the HP.
Yeah, they have these big old super heavies, Kono, Orchek, and then Profuse in the 277 that find DJ, take him out of the game. Tsek now the next one in that E100 to be under a little bit of pressure. He tries to find a shot on Kono. I don't think he even made it. Conrad will fall on the offside, and it's a 5-on-4, but do keep in mind 3 of those tanks for Hit and Run are light tanks, and Mentos right now very, very vital for his team. Can he, with the EBR, find a few kills? Yes or no? That's a big question. Marcel gets spotted out. He will get picked up by Ketsai. YOLO now getting surrounded in his light tank. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Mentos picks it up. It's a 4-on-3 and an HP lead for Mafia. But what can they do? They got double E100 and a 277. They're starting to drive in between the guns in those tanks. And Profuse, I'm not sure where he's even trying to go. It looks like he's just moving along the edge, and he will get picked up because there is nothing he can do in that 277. Ketsai pick it up, and Hit and Run are going to put themselves in the upper bracket finals against Cashback with a 5-3 score line.
Yeah, it's looking good for Hit and Run in this round. They've got the triple light tank left alive at the end here, and there's not really anything for Mafia to do. Kono is going to be falling shortly in that 200 HP E100, and Orzik may have a lot of health on his tank, but he can't actually do anything with it at the moment. It's not looking good for him as he tries to run away from this situation, tries to hide behind a building. But again, Hit and Run, they don't actually have to do anything. They don't have to go and kill him. They don't have to go and find that fight because they have the gun advantage. So at the end of the day, if they just drive around for 5 minutes and the game is a draw, then they will end up winning the round.
Yeah, they exactly. They don't need to do anything. They do find Kono, another kill, and it's just Orzik left in a near full HP E100 who has to suffer the fate that the rest of the team did. Yeah, those tanks from on 2-line Moth, they needed to survive, but they couldn't survive.
No, they couldn't, and poor Orzik, as I already mentioned, he's just waiting to die, pretty much. There's nothing more that he can do. They're actually kind of playing with their food a little bit in this situation. Mentos now closing in to try and flank the E100. I think Orzik at the moment, he's just doing the best he can to stall the round out for as long as possible for possible tiebreaker reasons, but we've already had way faster round wins from both of the teams here, so there's not really anything left to do here.
No, and it's going to be Hit and Run, Mafia to lose and Hit and Run to win. It was a close affair, but the Hit and Run edge themselves ahead at the very end. Good job to them. Those 3 light tanks working out in their favor. Good stuff from Hit and Run. It's beautiful to see that they are able to deal with the pressure that was brought their way, and then they are able to, of course, on top of that, succeed and win this match.
Yeah, we had some technical problems going on in that game. Of course, on the broadcast it was fine, but for both of us on either end, we were just completely inaudible for the entire duration of that game. We both sounded like robots, unfortunately, there. But so we were a little bit sort of discombobulated, one might say. But at the end of it all, it's Hit and Run who win the round. They take this match in the upper bracket. They win it 5-3, and they will be Cashback's next opponent.
They will be Cashback's next opponent. But yeah, again, kudos to Hit and Run. They look to be on the team on the back foot in a lot of situations here, but they do bring it home. They do bring the win. They put themselves in the upper bracket. Mafia going to be kicking themselves a little bit here that they weren't able to bring it home, but their story does not end here, of course. They still get to play against Dabelyoo later. Mentos again, 5k in that EBR. Really, really good stuff from Mentos. Whenever he's in that light tank, he's always almost performing beyond expectations.
Yeah, he seems to get a buff from playing those lights, and particularly the EBR. And like I said earlier, if you kind of just ignore him, the light tank, the EBR, with the way Onslaught works and the way you can set up your tank with Rammer and the field mods, you basically have the old style, if people remember, the really old 2019 EBR that had absolutely cracked DPM with a 9-second reload. And if you ignore him, he will farm.
And the game here was definitely long enough for Mentos to get that ball rolling. And yeah, Conrad in the beginning taking a lot of damage. That's because the surprise double T57 Moth on K4.
Yeah, the surprise T57 didn't really work out at all for the side of... Oh, no, sorry, no. Yeah, no, it's so bizarre, actually, now that I think about it, because it didn't work out for them at all in the way they intended, but they still ended up winning the round. It's so confusing.
I mean, the double T57 did like 1.6k damage to Conrad, though.
Yeah. I mean, is it worth sacrificing 2 full tanks to that? I'm not so sure. But...
Oh, no. You mean the play later? No, the play later with the 57s was terrible. And yeah, they still won from that. I mean, like, when he was taking the strike...
you mean the initial damage, right?
Initial damage, yeah. Afterwards, the 57s were, completely useless, and they still won off of that.
Yeah, which just goes to show just what a crazy match this was between both of those teams. But in the end, Hit and Run just able to edge out in front ahead of their Polish compatriots. So they will face off against Cashback in that upper bracket final. We're not going to see that match today. That will be on tomorrow's stream in the playoffs. Of course, we've got NA games coming up, but I believe, I can't remember the exact order of the schedule, but we've got Mafia versus W coming up later today.
Well, first we have Dopamine versus Fumes, and then we go back into Mafia versus W, and then we're finishing off the stream with the loser of Dopamine and Fumes playing off against Stacked.
Yeah, that is going to be the schedule for the remaining games of the day, but this first one has been a banger, as always. These two teams have delivered, so we will find out what happens in the latter stages of the playoffs. Will Mafia regret not taking that win against Hit and Run? W have been a team that's threatening, and they could potentially offer a surprise here.
They could offer a surprise, but that comes later. When we return, we take a step across the pond to watch some NA action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after some replays, and then we'll hop right into the OLF, so enjoy the replays. See you soon.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here. And you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now. Well, hello there and welcome back to the second match of today. And well, it's going to be a kind of an interesting one because the teams that we are going to be spectating, we haven't really seen so far, at least on the official stream, and especially for Fumes, it is quite the upset to be here.
Yeah, the way that it went on NA is pretty interesting. It was this obviously having a small technical hiccup, just a small one. Here we go. It was really an interesting way on NA. Fumes beat Beyond in a tiebreaker, which was already not the greatest of teams, let's put it that way. And then they also somehow beat Stacked in tiebreaker. Now Stacked considered a very strong team, one of the big three on NA, which would be Stacked, Herbology, and Dopamine. Now you mean like, oh, it's only upper bracket, this doesn't mean that much. Well, this had some severe complications for the tournament because Stacked losing against Fumes then put Stacked in the lower bracket. Herbology losing against Dopamine, which is a match that either team could win, put Herbology in the lower bracket. But what do you get then? You get Stacked versus Herbology, where Stacked wins in a tiebreaker and knocks out Herbology, who will not be advancing in the tournament. This match is where you would expect the lower bracket finals to be. So now for Stacked, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but either they're playing against Dopamine or Fumes, and if you're them, you're probably not too unhappy with the way it played out.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Fumes' way was actually quite interesting through this bracket. I was administrating the matches, so I know exactly how it went down, and against Beyond Regulations at some point, well, it was 4-0 in the match, and then we end up with a 5-4. So all of that stuff went on for actually quite some time. I believe we finished something like 5 a.m., 5:30 my time. But the matches were indeed very interesting. And, I mean, the map pool is going to be the same compared to OLS, but NA has been known to have, at times, kind of a different approach to the gameplay. I mean, obviously, they're 3 days ahead of the meta, but that also means that we might be seeing a lot of tanks that we haven't seen that much on EU. I'm talking specifically, for example, about 113s. Yes, those have been played in the OLS, but not that much.
No, but they were winning though. Was it Catchback playing or who was playing it?
I can't recall
No,
anymore,
no. It was Lotus in the qualifying match.
Oh yeah. It was Lotus. And yes, so possibly some strategies, some tanks that we haven't really seen are gonna be brought out, and obviously we are going to start it off here with Fumes against Dopamine, which is definitely not an upper bracket final that a lot of people expected, and it also means that Dopamine is supposed to be heavily favored, but, Fumes being kind of the dark horse, who know what they can do.
It's going to be interesting to see how Fumes approach this. I mean, for Dopamine, they want to win this OLF after what happened last time for them, right? I think they lost. Very sad. It's the lineup from Fumes. An expressive lineup.
Indeed. I think they took quite the inspiration from Frugo. So a lot of very distinct gentlemen that we do see here. And actually, I was the one also collecting a lot of the player pictures. And, on EU, sometimes you have to chase a lot of people down. You have to be like, all right, when I gonna finally send the photo. Fumes immediately after qualifying, within half an hour, I had like 5 pictures or so. So they are really happy. They are absolutely stoked to be here. They have probably a lot of motivation, but they need to be careful against Dopamine, because I think no one's going to underestimate Dopamine for sure.
I mean, definitely not there. The NA representative that was at WCI as well. So when we talk about them, we expect them to do big things.
Absolutely. We do expect big things from them. That being said, obviously, there were a lot of shuffles going on after WCI as well. So basically, whatever's happening in the Polish community, the NA guys copy it, and, players move around the teams quite a bit. That being said, though, I think all of them do deserve to be here. And community predictions coming in, yeah, what I said, Dopamine being the favorite, I think that's being kind of reflected here.
13% is even more than I expected for Fumes against Dopamine. But yeah, 87% for them. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They still have to win this match. You don't get anything for free.
No, and I mean, Fumes have upset already in one match before this. So, I mean, they could do it again. Talking about doing it again, let's hop into maps. We've seen quite a lot of those in the OLS. But now we are going to get probably a fresh twist, a fresh take onto what can be done here. After Himmelsdorf and Airfield get banned out, Fumes immediately want to start it off against Dopamine with a pretty technical map where light tank players are absolutely integral and monumentally important. Ghost Town gonna be our map number 1. After that, Dopamine are saying, well, we can play technical all we want, but at the end of the day, this game is about tanks shooting each other, and that is definitely gonna happen on Ensk. Some brawls are gonna be up there. Then, obviously, it is a best of 9. We're going to see at least one game on Studzi Yankee, if not more. After that, it would be Cliff, so once again, very brawl-heavy map where it's gonna be on the FCs, and if we go to overtime, then Pilsen is the one for today.
Pilsen tiebreaker if we get there. Yeah, I'm mainly excited to see this Ghost on Ends combination come out to begin with between Fumes and Dopamine. And maybe a few interesting tanks, but we'll see about that.
Yep, so Ghost Town coming in here. What we have not really seen that much yet is, well, we just saw it in the match before this one, but a lot of teams have opted out and against these really fast cap strategies at this point in time. But maybe that is something that Fumes want to try and do against Dopamine. Just, set the tone for the match. We are not afraid. We are going to immediately put you under pressure and see how you're going to be able to deal with that. Because, the fact is as well, by the way, keep in mind this is a best of 9 as well. The fact of the matter remains that, for the NA guys, it's quite early in the day yet. So, if Fumes got up very, very early, we might be in for some kind of surprise if Dopamine isn't ready.
I don't think, one upset, okay, Kihan, but a second upset, it's already becoming a bit they will not have the same approach that Stacked may have had when underestimating the team that they're going to be playing against. Don't forget that. The first upset is the easy one. The second one is the hard.
Yeah, it's kind of like, football teams when you go to a new league, when you go up. The first season is kind of okay. Everyone's still hyped. But the second season, this is actually when a lot of teams get relegated down again. And so kind of what we might see here as well. Obviously, Dopamine, they had quite some time to now prepare for this match. I mean, this has been known for, I guess, over a week now that Fumes are going to be playing against Dopamine. So I don't think Dopa are going to take this lightly. That being said, both of those teams here, because of winning all matches so far, are in the upper bracket. And as we do have double elimination system, there would be a safety net available, but, that safety net is a match against Stacked. So take that for what it's worth, I guess.
I mean, the thing is, they've already beaten Stacked once. They just have to do it one more time, Kihan. How hard can it be? Come on. It's best of 9, 5 rounds?
Yeah, 5 rounds, but at the same time, again, for the other team, it's also 5 rounds. But yeah, talking about the maps here, you've obviously played a lot of Onslaught on NA as well, which I haven't. I have been doing that only on the EU server. What kind of meta difference do you see, at least in random Onslaught?
Me and Blur were playing double EBR the whole time,
Oh, Jesus. So you were not even pushing against it. You were just, part of the NA experience.
Part of the ship, part of the crew, something along those lines.
Is Blur actually playing this OLF? Like, did he make it to playoffs or was he eliminated? I'm not even
Blur?
sure right now. Yeah.
I mean, he's in Dopamine, so I assume that he's...
Well, let's see if he's playing today. I don't see him in the training room right now. But yeah, let's wait a bit and see about that one. But yeah, Ghost Town, what are we thinking? Is Fumes going to try and fast cap, or are they going to play control? Because after all, it was them selecting the map.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Dopamine has the capabilities to play those light tanks. They have at least Choppa and Ferret. I don't know who's playing their EBR. If they're playing an EBR, it would be Ferret. Choppa, Vova, and Ferret, I guess, could play the light tanks if you want to opt for those triple lights, double RHM and an EBR. That's a possibility. So they have the capabilities there. For Fumes, I am really not sure, Kihan. We may be seeing an interesting style where they go hyper aggressive. I think would be usually the best recommendation to try and catch some surprises, because Ghost Town is that kind of map. 3 lights, okay. 2 lights is like the middle ground that is not great against 3 lights, and it's not great against 1 light either. So for them, it's like 3, 1, or absolutely 0.
Now, talking about numbers as well, predictions coming in, and Moff is the brutal one this time around. I mean, dropping the gloves here a little bit, he's expecting a 5-0. Then both you and Phil, I guess, with a kind of more safe bet of a 5-1, because something might always happen. And I mean, I was spectating the matches that Fumes had so far, and I have to say I was quite impressed with how they were playing. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, I guess, 5-2.
I think, I don't know. Maybe you have more inside information, but from having watched their matches, which I didn't. But yeah, I don't know. Moff is really going all out though at this point, huh?
By the way, also with the match that we just had, Phil caught up to me again, so both of us are tied in the lead of the prediction game.
Wow,
and
very cool.
Yeah. On the other hand, I guess both you and Moff not taking home any points last time around. Let's see if or what is going to happen here, as yeah, we cannot really be sure. This is the first time, at least for this Onslaught season as well, because we have to keep in mind, like, all the Onslaught changes that were happening. We haven't really seen on the official stream any NA matches with that new meta. But I guess that's about to change as we do hop into the OLF Season 2 upper bracket finals, and it's going to be Dopamine opening it up with an E100 and IS7 double Batchat, a Leopard 1, and double RHM.
In return, we see the triple BZ, the E100, the Mivi, and the double T57. So they're opting for that hyper-aggressive stance, Kian.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive. A lot of firepower, no light tanks, and immediately Fumes are going to be sending triple BZ75 in towards the cap. So indeed, a fast cap strategy is what's coming out of Fumes here, and they're immediately transitioning over. They recognize that we probably cannot cap against this Leopard that does have the baby strikes, and this is now forcing them in towards an over push, but also into a crossfire, into the strike as well. It's gonna hit home. 1200 damage. Blur from the backlines. We talked about him. He's coming in with a fully loaded Batchat. Vova there as well. So that is a lot of Dopamine guns that are able to shoot at Fumes, but still Fumes with the HP advantage.
Yeah, HP advantage, but all of that is currently marching through the cap with the double T57 and the E100 still far, far out as Subwolf gets deleted. It's triple BZ down for Fumes, and still the RHMs on the side as well, finding those shots and finding those angles. In round number 1, Fumes trying to surprise, but maybe trying to surprise a little bit too much, Kihan, by trying to push off of the cat immediately, not having the backup for that either.
Yeah, indeed, and now Fumes is once again attempting to triple cap now that the triple BZ75 is dead. However, those are some pretty squishy tanks on the cap right now. T57 obviously super explosive when it's loaded, but when it's reloading like Hate is right now, pretty helpless. And we do see Dopamine, they have just about pulled everyone in towards the fight, even the double light tank just completely brawling at this point in time. And yes, Murrakes is going to blow up in that IS-7, but it's not going to cover for the fact that Fumes did not manage to surprise Dopamine here in round number 1. A very convincing first victory for the team in green.
Yeah, good stuff there for Dopa. Picking up the first round wasn't too hard for him, but gotta give credit where credit is due. Hockey in that IS-7, escaping, realizing the potential, backs away, finds the safe positions. The BZs overcommit, they all run themselves on the stake and die because of that. So good stuff for him.
Yep. And I think it's pretty fair to say that Fumes were trying to surprise Dopamine, but I guess with over a week of preparation now on the team of Dopamine, on Dopamine's side, they were probably completely expecting something fast and aggressive to come out of Fumes. And I mean, the conversion here was absolutely beautiful. I mean, even the IS-7 running away, getting away with, essentially... with full HP, like he was completely baiting them out. That meant that in the end it was
Seems like the TeamSpeak
for Fumes not a lot to pick up.
Seems like TeamSpeak wasn't the only thing that's lagging recently, Kian. But
well, it also seems to be but
the Leo,
I mean,
coming top damage, not bad.
Yeah. I guess also some strikes coming in there, clutch.
Yeah.
And even, I mean, the double RHM.
The spread is really good.
Both of them.
I mean, if you look at the spread between them from top to finish, it's pretty good.
Yep. And we do see the spread of damage for the BZ75s not really that great, to be honest.
That's one way to call it. I mean,
it is the first game, so let's not read too much into it yet. I mean, basically, it was an attempt by Fumes. It didn't work out. I don't think they are going to be like terribly shaken by this, because at the end of the day, like, yeah, it was a fast cap strategy, all in. It didn't work. Dopamine with the correct reactions, but on the other hand, it means that Dopamine is just, entirely ready for whatever Fumes might be doing here.
I think the Fumes tried to surprise a little bit too much. There's like this line of like surprise, and they went across it, in my opinion, where they're like, okay, we'll go onto the cap, and then not just that, we will push off of the cap. And that, I think, was the big mistake.
Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, the Leo was spotted pretty early on, so I think at that point in time, Fumes recognized, like, hey, they brought a Leo, they have the baby strike. This cap attempt is not really going to work out, but it looked really disjointed, right? Because the triple BZ75s went in towards the fight, but no one else was able to be close, because the BZ75 had rocket boosted into and off the cap. That means, realistically, the other tanks by Fumes, they couldn't catch up, they couldn't contribute.
What are we expecting from round number 2? I don't think you can do 2 cap strategies in a row.
I mean, yeah, you know how the saying goes, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but, like, it was broken to start with, so they should probably switch it. I also don't think that Fumes are going to try it again. Then again, maybe Dopamine would be up for some shenanigans.
Dopamine shenanigans? No, I don't think so. From what I read, Kian, they're taking it serious enough. The no shenanigans, just making sure you lock in, you win, you don't spend too much time on it, and you go on to tomorrow.
Well, let's see. Dopamine are going to be coming in with, to be honest, not that many surprises in their lineup. It's going to be one E100, double Batshot, one Leo, a 430U, and double light tank, RHM and T100.
Fumes also bringing double light tank, double RHM, double Bat, double T57, and an IS7. So light tanks galore around. here and now. We get to see if Fumes can play off a bit of a slower game. Planes getting put. Alex is spotted in the RHM though.
Well, all light tanks for Fumes actually spotted, and if we take a look at the Dopamine lineup, Ferret is not known yet. So, yeah, the secondary RHM is an unknown quantity at this point in time for Fumes, so let's see if Dopamine are able to profit off of that one. As Paddy is going to set up in the usual, I guess, sniping bush for the Leopard 1, but Alex is going to get that strike, and it's pretty uncontested. Yes, he took some damage, but that was only for going there, and, well, he does get respotted here for trying to leave, so all of a sudden the medium tank from the outside is able to put in some shots. That's also probably going to give more charges towards the plane of whoever spotted him. We can see Choppa with 3 charges on that one, and yes, Alex makes it out, but taking this much damage on a light tank this early on is obviously not a good start, and that's putting it mildly.
Well, I mean, 600 HP Kihan is still alive, right? So it's something. But yeah, looking at it already, map control kind of lost for Fumes. Hockey and Kiwi just trading it out. Not finding too much in the beginning. And this A4 position, Kihan, I hate playing against double light, honestly. They're not going to be sitting in. Because you just get playing over and over again. But they're starting to retake 1-2 line, but they will not find anything there either. Dopa not going too aggressive in any way, shape, or form. Just taking some strikes, chilling, and resetting.
Yep. I mean, 1-2 line, and currently the tanks there do kind of favor Fumes just because they have that double bat chat that in this kind of scenario is realistically the brawling tank, but Subwolf does end up getting spotted, and this is what's prompting Ferret to move a little bit away in his RHM. Subwolf was driving there very, very aggressively, so Ferret was like, all right, that seems to be more than one tank, let's book it out of here for the time being. Now, however, they have brought the T100 as well, so it is a 3v3. Dabelyoo getting found a little bit with that RHM, went too far, and he might be ending up paying a price for this one. Goes down towards 45, stays alive, crucially, but on a slither of HP, and this means that all of the Fumes light tanks are very low. Make that, well, just one remaining.
Yeah, this aggressive push runs into Dopamine head first, waiting, baiting them in a little bit. Dabelyoo immediately dead. Now the bad chance dispersing the strikes were used from the side of Dopamine, but they found a kill with it as well, pushing them back, and the damage still being received. Subwolf and Space, I mean, they're going to bleed a little bit more, and when we look at the situation, it's 6k lead for Dopamine with a 1-tank lead as well, camp being started, and the entire eastern border and western border lost altogether.
Yeah, indeed, Fumes just getting boxed into their spawn, essentially. I mean, they're holding A1, but the tanks there are also kind of, you know, boxed in. They can't really leave without taking a lot of damage, and we can see Kiwi in that IS-7 trying to provide some resets on towards the cap, but this doesn't stop Dopamine from actually starting a push of their own. Choppa with that T100 able to put a good shot in towards the front. Yes, he's going to take damage in return, but in comes Hockey, in comes Moraes with that 430U, and they're gonna take out Kiwi. It's gonna be 2-0, not only in the kill, but also in the point department.
Yeah, this was a forgetty spaghetti kind of match for Fumes altogether. The initial play doesn't work out, and they have to readjust. They try something, but they just do it without caring too much about the possibilities that could be against them. And, you know, with the lighter lineup that Dopa has, they're always able to have more tanks on those flanks, on those outskirts of the map, right? Because you only have the E100 as like a locked-in vehicle that cannot really move. While on the side of Fumes, you always have that IS-7, you have that double T57 heavy. Those are not rotational tanks whatsoever. You cannot just drive around the map with them. You cannot have them in position on west, east. They're always kind of around the center. So the Dopa lineup for that exact scenario is a bit better for just controlling a game like this.
Yeah, indeed, and I think also it's becoming apparent that Dopamine are taking this match very seriously. There are no like weird plays coming out. It doesn't really look like they're like, oh, we're better anyway, so let's just, you know, drive in and kill them. Because I think Dopamine have taken that kind of warning shot of Fumes getting the upset, and I mean, looking at this, I think in 2 rounds, Fumes now have managed to kill exactly 1 tank, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, it happens. I personally don't pay attention to that much. I don't think they are either. They need to get back in it. They have Ghost Town now. They're coming into, was it Ensk?
Yes, Ensk is going to be map number 2. And to be honest, like, looking at the damage, that one is not great either for Fumes. Dopa was just not giving any openings whatsoever towards Fumes. They were just, you know, every single like initiative that Fumes took, Dopamine was just so ready to punish. But yeah, Ensk is going to be our map number 2. And, well, at least in the earlier matches of NA, there were still a lot of Juggernaut TDs being picked, kind of like, you know, Dark Side style, if you will. But let's see if that's still going to be the case today.
Ensk is at least a map where Fumes, they can force the brawl. I mean, you cannot avoid it if one team wants to fight you.
Yeah, no. Just because the map is small, that means that, you know, some heavier tanks that normally aren't able to roam around the map, they don't have to drive as far. So you can actually pick those vehicles, and a lot of them, like, for example, E3s, that we don't tend not to really see on other maps, are a somewhat common pick on Ensk. Also, Jagdpanzer E100s with the 1000 alpha bombs in towards the super heavy tanks. So yeah, the meta on Ensk actually quite different. I like that a lot of the maps in the pool right now have sort of their own developing meta, whereas it's like Ensk, you have sometimes Jagdpanzers, V4s, E3s, etc. Ghost Town that we just saw, it's a lot about the light tanks. So it really comes to show that if you're a team, you need to be able to excel at multiple styles of gameplay, not just one.
Yeah, and that's ever since the TD rework in mid-season, changing up the meta altogether. Now, I'm just very curious what we're going to see on Ensk between the NA teams, because we've seen a lot of different stuff on EU, at least for 3Us, for HBs, even still Assault TDs, kind of whatever you want. Still, depending from team to team, they all seem to have their preference in what do they like playing, what do they like bringing, which tanks do they feel are good on which maps, etc. And between NA teams, it's hard to tell what exactly we're going to get.
And this question is going to be answered. Turns out not really that much different from what we saw on EU. Dopamine are going to be bringing only one super heavy though. Mouse, together with 121B, 430U, double Fosh-B, and double V4.
Fumes, on the other hand, 50B, double Mouse, double T57, and double Fosh-B.
So it's going to be kind of a similar style as we are used to on the EU server. Let's see, though, how exactly the teams are going to deploy their tanks, as we see Hockey in that 430U once again driving around the 5 and 6 line, is going to try to spot out some tanks. Should be seeing the Mouses kind of soon. But Fumes, they're also sending a hit squad, kind of cashback, hit and run style. Double Fosh-B plus the 50B and double T57. That is a lot of firepower by Fumes that is currently in the city. That means really unable to contribute at this point in time. And they're going to get found because Blur just took the info tower and he used it.
I mean, it seems like a classical West-East split so far, though, with Dopamine having far less HP because of the heavier lineup that Fumes is bringing with those double Mouse as well. They're starting to take control over that western part. Only the 430U might play that window. People are ready for the crossing. The wall has been destroyed, but Fumes opts not to cross over. And you can see the firing line there waiting, but nothing is coming their way.
Yeah, Dopamine were probably expecting for a commitment to come through by Fumes in that city, and they were obviously kind of betting on that to happen. You could see how many tanks that were ready to shoot at that crossing, and Fumes, I think rightfully so, backing off now. They were probably suspecting something like it. I don't think they've taken the info tower yet in the city, which is kind of a weird choice considering they were able to take the artillery strike. And as we take a look from bird's eye view, we do see that both teams are not really willing at this point in time to make any kind of move.
Who does this favor? If we look at it, like, who does this actually favor? So they're just going to collect some more info, some more strikes. But, I mean, does either of the two teams here actually try to do something once they spot out each other with the info? Because the info gets used now. So, I mean, Fumes is very aware that there was a big firing line waiting for them in the south. But can they really do something?
That is the question. First of all, yeah, good strike. It's going to deal 800 damage. Obviously, Space and Kiwi, they do have heals available for themselves, so a little bit of that damage is going to get mitigated. But right now, it does seem to favor Dopamine a little bit, just because they are the ones dealing the damage. Which obviously, if no tanks are killed, is the tiebreaker condition. Another big hits, though, coming in towards Space, who takes 1100 to the front of his mouse. And yes, those tanks, they do have a big HP pool, but both of them are down towards half of that now.
Yeah, Kiwi and Space seem to just be taking damage right now. They're trying to watch the crossing. That's another strike coming in. Another 800 onto both of them. One heal available, but, you know, that's not going to do that much for the two mouses. Now they're starting to take those Fush Bees. Maybe they want to cross over now, but they will look at the peek against Hockey, who seems to be unaware and unprepared right now for these peaks by Subwolf and Shadow, but they're getting immediately countered by Vova. Paddy coming as well. Shadow pops the ability, will be reversing now. Subwolf, same thing for him, is going to be backing off. Will heal most of that back because it's a high level ability, so they will retreat now. The T-57 heavies are coming in support, but again, Dopamine winning this straight.
Dopamine once again winning here, and they're also winning in the middle of the map. You can see Kiwi down to 1100, so that is not that much more remaining. Actually, on his tank, takes another one by PM, I believe, down to 622, and now this hit squad in the city here, they are going to get engaged upon as the 1-2-1B gets pulled towards the fray, and Dopamine, they have waited for a long time, but just to be able to let the trades work in their favor, and now in they come in that city area to just completely overload the area with targets for those Fumes tanks. There's not enough shots available to stop Dopamine.
Dopamine just on a roll, gonna make it 3-0 so far. Fumes not able to put up a lot of competition, Kihant, whatsoever, and for them it's looking like a rough day of World of Tanks so far, as they have still not found too much in any of those 3 rounds whatsoever. Dopa playing controlled and is making it work.
Absolutely. Dopamine is taking this match extremely serious and playing very, very controlled. You could see here at the start, not really a lot was happening, but that is kind of in quotation marks, because actually what was happening was Dopamine was continuously winning the trades, and when they thought to themselves like, hey, we do actually have enough of an HP advantage at this point in time, then they were like, all right, now we can just go in and kill them. And that's just what they did. So Dopamine, leaving no room for Fumes to sort of start getting something going. Like, it seems like Fumes is here, but not really, if you know what I mean.
It's hard for Fumes. I mean, they're really not getting much done in any of these rounds. Again, they try to rotate, but they just end up in the same play, taking the same damage. And it's, you know, there's some opening, but the mid-round reactions just aren't there.
No, and you can see here, Kiwi, I mean, he even blocked 4,600. Let's check the other mouse. I mean, 650. But yeah, between the mouses, 5k damage blocked, and that just goes to show how many more shots Dopamine actually got at the opponents than Fumes was able to generate, because obviously, like, even if some of the shots bounce or don't deal damage, if you have like a 30% pen ratio of the shots where the opponent is not going to be retaliating, that still means you're getting damage for free.
Yeah, it's just hard for Fumes. let's take it one round at a time. Second Ensk coming up. If they want to do anything in this match, that's where it has to start. It's where it has to begin as well. It's not going to be an easy road for them, but I've seen comebacks happen. You know, you talked about 4-0 to 5-4, Kihan, so, you know.
Well, I think it is more likely to happen against a team like Beyond Regulation, though, than against a team like Dopamine. Just because I think it's fair to say that Dopamine is a stronger team than Beyond Regulation. Kind of obvious, but hey, still. But yeah, in we go in towards round number 4 in between those. And here already Dopamine could be, you know, kind of make things clear. Realistically, they will not be able to finish the match, but if you go to 4-0 match point, then I would say more often than not in a best of 9, that is kind of all she wrote.
Maybe Mafia is onto something.
Possibly. I mean, he must be cheering for Dopamine right now. It's like #1 Dopa fanboy.
I think he's on whatever side gives him some points. No?
Yeah, I think so.
How far is he behind? Can he still catch up? Is there extra points for the playoffs like we discussed?
Yeah, I think we wanted to double the points for the playoffs. Wait, no, we didn't want to, because that would mean that Phil surpasses me, actually. No, let's not do that. But yeah, currently the standings before the day were Moff on 43, you on 38, Phil on 47, and I was on 48. But obviously, one match already happened where Phil was entirely correct and I only got the team.
Well, I hope we double it so Phil can end up winning anyways.
Oh. Well, let's see. First of all, stakes are not going to become less here for both teams involved, because Dopamine, they want to finish this one off pretty cleanly. I think they also want it to be kind of quick so they don't have to reveal a lot of strategies. And meanwhile, for Fumes, they want to find a way into this match. And Fumes are going to do that with double mouse 705A, double T57, double Fosh B.
In return, Dopamine on the Fosh B train, 4 of them, double mouse and an IHM. They will get the info that Fumes going city, and they're immediately taking over that eastern side, of course, as a result of this.
Yeah, Alex taking one shot in his 705A for getting into position, but Dopamine playing with the light tank on Ensk. Let's see if Chopa is able to generate enough info for his team to warrant the pick, as the double Fosh B from Dopamine is going to book it down on the 7-8 line. They do not really find anyone, and this gives a lot of map control already towards Dopamine, whereas Fumes, they're trying to make it towards the cap at this point in time. They're trying to punish, but they are going to get hit with a double whammy.
Triple.
The double Fosh B.
Triple Fosh B, actually, as Paddy's there as well, and now they're peeking from every single corner. Alex now realizing that there's double Fosh B behind him. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Called Nitro? I don't even know what's happening anymore as he falls. Space is about to get deorbited as well into the atmosphere of Dopamine. He will survive in a one-shot because the Fosh Bs are out of steam. And here comes Fumes back in, but they're 6k down. They're already a gun down as well. And Hockey Goalie is trying to escape. He's the target that they're going for, but the rest of the Dopamine tanks are now making their way towards Kiwi and Space yet again for round number 2 against the Super Heavies. And Hockey may pop his ability. I don't think that he's living through this one. Although, who knows, Shadow not popping the ability, not having the ability potentially, is just going to fall. Choppa with the Ram as well, and now the T57 is starting to make its clip, but the Fosh B escaping for a little more, and the rest of the Fumes tanks. Fumes is all that's what's going to be left from their team, as they will lose round number 4 as well, and Dopamine show up today to play. No prisoners whatsoever.
No, absolutely no prisoners taken. It is just clean execution style coming out from Dopamine. that are once again very, very cleanly going to take this round number 4 here. So far, a single tank on the Dopamine lineup has been killed, and that's probably not about to become any more. Subwolf is reloaded, so might possibly be able to kill Bova, but nope, says Paddy as he comes in with his Fosh B. And it is going to be a Dopa domination so far on these maps number 1 and 2. And yeah, you said you weren't really paying attention a lot to, you know, the kills and stuff that was happening, but over 4 rounds, I think
3.
Fumes now got 3, so...
I knew you were going to keep track of it, so I kept track of it in the back of my mind, just to see if you weren't lying. Can't trust you anymore.
Why is that?
If you head over to the World of Tanks YouTube channel, you'll find plenty of examples why your trust has been lost along the way of numerous, and I do mean numerous, mistakes and opportunities.
Well, in Chinese, the word for chance and opportunity is the same, so let's try to take a positive look at it.
Man, I didn't know we were going to get wisdom from AliExpress today as well. That's crazy.
I mean, you know, you gotta try to find it wherever you can. But yeah, Dopamine, I mean, they're kind of styling on Fumes right now. For them, it's not really looking too great. I think the silver ray of hope for Fumes right now is not really to be found in this match anymore. It's going to be the fact that they played so well before today that even after such a, what looks to be shaping up like a crushing defeat, even after something like that, they would not be out of the competition.
I mean, if they lose the next round, they still have another opportunity against Stacked, and no matter what, they're still ending top 3 at the end.
Exactly. And I think top 3 on an A, that gives you $2,000 already, but, you know, every victory from here on out is going to kind of double that money. So, yeah, for Dopamine, that is looking very, very likely. Are they going to be able to continue that on Studzianki, though, is the question. So far, Dopamine, that is, they've not really given off any signs of weakness. They've not really shown that they are in the mood for dropping points today. And yeah, for Fumes, I think a different approach towards the game is kind of needed.
Well, they have one more opportunity to do a different approach. If they don't utilize this one, it will be all over for them. So let's hope that they do utilize the opportunities that are given to them to their max potential on Studzianki hand. 1 round is all they need to make us proud.
Yeah, and after 1 round, who knows what can happen. But first of all, they obviously do need that first victory. And let's see, I mean, Studzianki is a very, very large and kind of open map. With a lot of possibilities as well for mistakes to be made by either side, actually. Just because of, first of all, where the points of information are located. Like if you screw up in your light tank or medium tank trying to take the info tower, and then you get spotted and double tracked, that usually ends up horribly for that person in question. So maybe Fumes will be able to get the jump on towards Dopamine, at least in this 1 round here so far, because the first 4 rounds kind of one-sided. Let's go into the 5th one. Match point for Dopamine.
Match point for Dopamine, but W100, double T57 for 30U. Make that double for 30U. Fush B and an RHM Panzerwagen.
And for Fumes, we're going to have an MVY triple mouse, then a bit of American flavor, an M60, although this one doesn't seem to be aquatic, and an E4 together with an RHM.
Oh, the M60, actually it was Dopa, I think, also picking M60 on this map. I remember I have some flashbacks to it. Planes in the beginning, Choppa actually holding onto his.
Yeah. Tyloo, on the other hand, was successful enough with his plane that he has another one available. And now Alex with that M60 kind of hovering around the info tower. Is he going to stick it is the question. The answer is no. as Dabelyoo is driving towards the strike with his RHM. A lot of shots actually towards Alex, who is spotted now. And that means that Chopper once again is going to be able to keep the ability active. He does have a stage 1 plane again.
So they do take the strike. So then take a little bit of map control as well. I mean, Fumes again with this very, very heavy lineup, but they're not really doing much with that. Yeah, they're just kind of sitting back and allowing the map to be lost.
Yeah, and that, especially on Studzianki, ends up being kind of problematic because Dopamine is also doing a good job of not really committing a lot of tanks too close towards where Fumes is sitting. This means that if at some point Dopamine basically have the map and have all the crossfire angles, then normally the way out of the situation for the corner team would be to, you know, push somewhere and try to generate kills. But if those kills, if you have to cover a lot of distance until you can get them, that is problematic. As Dabelyoo is now taking the arty strike, he knows he can do it because Chopper used his plane and didn't generate another one with it. However, he does get reset with the artillery strike, so that's going to momentarily delay things at least a little bit.
Tyler trying to take the strike. No plane available from Choppa this time around, so he will be able to take it. Shadow pushing on the underside by himself. Kihan, where is the support for this match? Ooh, they do find it.
That was hurtful for Dabelyoo, as Choppa somehow was able to get a plane, and now he has the level 3 one available to himself as well. So in this Studzianki round number 1, once again, things starting off not too great for Fumes.
Again, Fumes has this triple mouse scan, but they just have not utilized this whatsoever.
Yep. I mean, Alex now trying to take the arty strike, but he's probably afraid of the plane that really ruined Dabylyoo's day here. He's going to be driving away again. And this means that so far in the damage department, yes, Fumes is still up a little bit off HP, but you said it. They have that triple mouse. They're not really utilizing it. Instead, Ferret is going to probably have a field day against Shadow here with that 430U. Obviously, 340 heat pen. It doesn't mitigate over distance. He's just going to put shot after shot. You could see that the funny button was active as well. That obviously means that the gun is not only going to be firing quicker, but also more accurate. And now Ferret even driving forward, he's going to generate additional angles on towards Shadow. And I think Fumes slowly, but very, very surely, are starting to lose control of the situation, or even more, because I think they've lost a lot of control already.
Yeah, now Shadow is going to get continuously peaked here as well. Paddy pops his ability, starts clipping out against this mouse, finds a few shots. Ferret as well from the outside, trying to do what he can. They haven't found the greatest amount of damage against him, but shot after shot will get connected, and now Shadow drops to 1k. Choppa looking for an angle as well. Fumes needs to do something here, Kihan. They cannot just let this happen.
So far, they're taking the information tower with Alex that was spotted but sticks it this time. This means for the first time, I think, in this game, or the second, it is going to be full information for the team of Fumes, but that information probably only confirms what they already know, that this game here has completely slipped out of their grasp. The mouse, the first one to fall, and now things are not looking to form up any better for the team of Fumes. Yes, a big shot coming out from Hate, but he immediately bleeds for it as well. And you could see Choppa there getting spotted on the artillery strike, but only a single shot of damage compared to what we saw before. Dabelyoo completely getting wrecked, and I think Dopamine are just going to continuously keep up the pressure and grind Fumes down.
It does seem to be that way, and for Fumes it will be back to the drawing board. Hell, they might even just throw away their current drawing board and replace it with a new one, because there is a lot of things that went wrong for them that they need to start over with. And yeah, it's a disappointing performance for them, but for Dopamine, they come in, they show everybody, hey, we're here to play, give us whatever you want, and we'll be waiting for it.
Yeah, I mean, Vova going very, very low here. By the way, Vova, one of those players at WCI that absolutely popped off. He had an incredible tournament this time around. Not looking too great, but I don't think he cares too much because his team is going to net this victory of the match in towards the bag for themselves. That is exactly what they wanted today. Come into this one, get it clean, get it safe, and after that, just wait, keep some popcorn for the grand finals. And for Fumes, they will have to prove themselves later today in the lower bracket, but I don't think it necessarily gets a lot easier as the ones that are waiting there are stacked.
I mean, they beat stacked once already. They'll have to do it a second time to have an opportunity in this future tournament. If not, they will be out. But nonetheless, that is for then. These are the dying moments of Fumes against Dopamine in this match up. And I know one British fella who's just so excited right now.
Yeah. Moff is going to be very, very happy about how this one went down. It's going to be a 2 or 4 if we double it points in the prediction game. And as this one was a 5-0 clean sweep, we have to congratulate Dopamine for, yeah, realistically, a great performance. They showed up today. They took it serious. No mistakes made. At least no mistakes that Fumes was able to capitalize on. So, great stuff overall. And yeah, you said it. For Fumes, kind of looking grim because you start in towards this match. You're probably very hyped and you immediately get annihilated 5-0.
They're running against a wall. It's like full excitement, you know? It's like learning how to ride your bike and the first thing you do is like fall.
Yeah, or drive into a wall.
That's maybe a problem that you had, Kihan, but you know, most of us children could aim, even when we got on a bike for the first time. I don't know, Kihan, what kind of childhood you had, but if you learn to ride your bike and put a wall right in front of you, somebody didn't love you. All right, let me tell you, that's cruel, Kihan. That's cruel. That's not okay. I'm sorry that you went through that, Ki.
I never rammed a wall with my bike. What are you talking about? Anyway, though, damage numbers coming in. Hate top of the board for his team. After that, Alex in the Inspire medium. But realistically, it was about how the mouses were, or were not rather, being utilized by the team of Fumes. They had this essentially big anchor in the middle of the map that ended up, you know, drawing them all down towards the bottom of the ocean. It wasn't really holding them in place. It was just dead weight at their feet at the end of the day.
Yeah. If you bring the triple mouse and you don't do anything with it, what's the point?
That is a very good question, and I'm not really able to answer that one because at least what Fumes were showing here, it didn't provide an answer. That means, though, that we now have the tournament bracket for North America. And Fumes after this, well, I guess sobering, humiliating defeat against Dopamine. 5-0 is like no questions open there. Dopamine are going to put themselves in towards the grand final. And for Fumes, they will have yet another chance in a best of 9 to stay alive in the tournament. But against Stacked, I think Stacked, although losing against Fumes once, should still be favored.
Heavy favorite. It was one upset that happened, but repeating it again will be very, very hard. It was already very close last time. I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm just saying that it will be extremely difficult for them to bring that kind of performance back again and then beat Stacked. But who knows? They might.
Exactly. Who knows? That concludes the NA segment of the stream for now, at least, because as we said, Fumes against Stacked is going to happen later today. But we are going to first of all go in towards some replays, and after that, we'll be back with more OLS, with more action from the EU server. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And you just saw footage from Project CW. Sorry for interrupting you there, Ducky. If you want to check out yet another vehicle shooter from Wargaming, then feel free. And maybe you want to do that while actually sipping from your Onslaught mug that is available in the store. All right, enough shilling for today. In we are for a interesting match. W against Mafia. And now you finally get to speak.
Crazy. Never ends. Never. How much milk is enough, Kihan?
Well, you could say I need some milk, but yeah. Mafia against W in this lower bracket, and for W for the longest time it wasn't really clear if they were going to make it here. As well, it was a nail-biter until the last day of the regular season, and they locked themselves in towards place 4 of the regular season, which means they start in the lower bracket. But that obviously also means no room for mistakes. And for Mafia, that did end up losing against Hit and Run. Same thing for them.
Yeah, no room for error here between these two teams. So the loser of this will go out. W, this is their one shot, one opportunity to make a difference.
Yeah, and the lineup under their captain Frugo that hopefully didn't take inspiration from his suited up brothers on Fumes, at least from the match that we just saw. I mean, W, they have performed better than last season. They have finally made it towards the playoffs, and that means that now they're probably hungry for more. But for Mafia, I mean, for the longest time in that match against Hit and Run earlier today, they were looking like a team that has indeed come to play, that was willing to trade punch for punch. Falling short there, but, you know, second opportunity now, best of 9 once again.
Mafia against Hit and Run narrowly lost out. They were leading the match, but then the Pilsen pick was the one that brought Hit and Run across the filling line. And because of that, it is going to be them here in the lower bracket against W. Yeah, you said W has done better than last season, true, but at the same time though, Kihant, you gotta remember that if they lose here, I mean, you know, they made it one step further. Just one.
Yeah, just one, but big opportunities await for either of the teams that are here currently. And I mean, with the prize pool being what it is and still growing, this means that winning this match, it does also mean a substantial difference in towards the prize money. I mean, you go, I think, from 10 to 15%. That's a 50% increase, which means at this point in time, a bit more than 4,000 euros already. So let's see. Tarksik, he's been a factor on the team of W. Above 3,000 average damage in the OLS alone. A positive KD. Pen rate 85%. I mean, but then again, he was playing tanks like, for example, E100, where most of the time, with the low pen that you have, you tend to struggle against other super heavies.
Yeah, you definitely do end up. But those E100s are starting to really pop off in this lighter meta. You know, they're always alive, always shooting. They're being ignored. So, not a bad thing to be in. You know, you won't get focused out like the 430Us that we saw earlier.
Yeah, indeed. The E100s tend to be the tanks that, if it is possible, the other team will try to, you know, focus out the team around them and get those DPM tanks out of the fight first and then focus on the super heavy second. But that obviously only rings true if that is actually possible. Now, W against Mafia, that looks almost like the big man we just had, but then in the second half of the maps it actually is different. So we are going to once again start off on Ghost Town, headed in towards Ensk, but then it's not going to be Studzianki. Instead, it's going to be Pilsen, then Murovanka. And if we get to it, if this match proves to be proper content and needs an extension, we would have Cliff available.
That's a long way from now, Key. Let's pop it off first on Ghost Town. We saw Mafia already play it against Hit and Run. It was actually Ghost Town that brought the difference there. Mentos on the EBR doing a very good job. So it is a long way to Cliff. And it starts on Ghost Town. And we saw already kind of how Mafia wants to play, but do you think they're going to be approaching this match in a similar stance as against Hit and Run, where they were very, very aggressive, looking for the fight, or completely different game plan?
That is obviously the question, because, I mean, a W and Hit and Run, different teams, and I think beating them requires different approaches. Whereas with Hit and Run, you kind of know they are well-versed to every kind of gameplay, but they most of the time like to play aggressive. I think W is more of a mixed bag. I don't want to say that they are more versatile, but I think W has proven in the past that they're very comfortable playing aggressive, but I think given the opportunities, they will also sometimes, you know, not park the bus, but play controlled.
I'm just wondering what kind of style we're going to get from both of these teams. W, light tank player-wise, there's not that much there. I mean, they have Klurv and they have EOS, but there's no really, like, real third name that's popping up when I'm thinking about like a third light player potential.
No, that could be a problem, but like for Mafia, I don't think we've really seen triple light tank gameplay from them either. At least none that worked out springs to mind. So that can obviously be a limiting factor, especially on the first map that we are going to see, Ghost Town, where, you know, triple light tank is something that, you know, can be in your arsenal as a team, but only if you have the players to pull it off. If you don't, then, you know, that's just one less tool that's in your inventory that you can use. It makes you that little bit more predictable for the opponent. As we do see the predictions, and you're going to be the odd one out this time, saying it's going to be W all the way on Cliff in that tiebreaker. And, yeah, I mean, my prediction a little bit more brutal than Moff and Phil, who go 5-3. For me, 5-2, because, well, if we keep the regular season into account, then Mafia was the second seed after cashback. So they've been performing a lot and very, very well in that regular season. Although I think we have to really make the caveat here. I mean, regular season only carries you so far. Here in the playoffs is where it really matters.
I mean, you know, none of you guys even think it's going to be super close.
No. And at least for me, I can say I think that Mafia is just, has been showing that they are the more stable team. And in such a big matchup as best of 9, I think that's just going to carry them very far. Like, I don't want to take away from W. In my opinion, they're a great team, and they obviously deserve to be here. I just think that Mafia, at this point in time, looks to be stronger, even though they lost against Hit and Run. But, like, a lot of the rounds against Hit and Run were super, super close. And there it was, like, you know, Polish on Polish violence. Two very, very aggressive team with incredible in-game communication. With Hit and Run there, this time taking the better end. And to be honest, in between Mafia and Hit and Run, it always seems like they are super, super close, but then Hit and Run somehow edge ahead.
Yeah, Hit and Run has that magical ability to win rounds, which you would assume it never be able to hit or win, right?
Yeah. I mean, talking about, for example, like the tiebreaker that enabled Hit and Run to go to China, it's always close, but except for the Winter Invitational, Hit and Run somehow always make the magic happen against Mafia.
Yeah, and if you're Mafia there, you are very unhappy about that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mafia do have a score to settle with Hit and Run still, but to be able to do that, first of all, they will need to beat W, and W with the aforementioned niche pick of the can opener coming in together with that. Never mind, it's going to be an IS-7, as they do bring T57, Batchat, Centurion, Double Bliska, January meta coming out, and a Fosh B.
Very interesting lineups there altogether. EBR, RHM for Mafia, so it's 2 lights versus no light. They do have the Leo and the CS, so 2 mini strikes with 57 miles and IS-7 to round it off. So if they can get the mini strikes, they can definitely hold off cap pressure.
Well, first of all, good plane coming out by YOLO, I believe, in that RHM. He's going to see the double Bliska already, together with the Fosh B and the Centurion Action X. And while 3 tanks of the W lineup remain unspotted, that means already a lot of what W is planning has been seen by Mafia. Now the question, obviously, how do they respond? First of all, it is the full information info tower coming in now. And that obviously means that now it's up to Mafia to respond, as Frugo and Orzek do trade proxy spotting information, but the cap is actually what we should be watching out for. 8 seconds. Is there any kind of reset available? Yep, it's gonna be the strike. Cap completely reset.
Now, we can see as well that Conrad has a mini strike available, so he'll be able to reset with that as well. And now the push off is happening from W, trying to find a target. But what are they looking for? They're looking for the mouse of Uzek. Itox leading the charge in that Force B. He is already dropping low, and then Bliskavitz down towards 1k. They are finding the mouse, but it's going to be costly. The swarm of blue from the side, left, right, everywhere. Mafia finding those shots, and Uzek still rolling backwards. That rolling fortress will not be broken down. He makes it around the corner. He's still getting pressured, and Klurf is simply hinting at that Leo 1, even then decides not to, potentially still wants to go for Marcel. This very, very aggressive. Orchek seems to be the new target of choice for the W lineup, but he is going to get one more reload out. No, only 2 shots, and Klurf will actually find Marcel as well, so that in there working out for Klurf finds a kill. W up 2 guns at this moment in time, HP evening out again, and you would think that Mafia would be able to deal with this, but Conrad down towards the 1 shot as well. Somehow I think he dropped off a cliff and took a lot of damage. Frugo with another one picks it up, and all of a sudden Mafia is left with hairs pulled out. What had just happened? 3 tanks left standing, and W, the rolling tide of orange here, finds success.
Indeed. W still with 7 tanks in the fight. The double Bluska is, the double TD is very low though with the Bluska and the Force B, as Profuse gets found out in the open. That is minus 2,000 HP. Only 800 remaining on the IS-7, and realistically Mafia, they only have that double light tank to play with. Now, obviously, if Kono gets some good HE connections in those very low tanks, that could be a possible opening. Also, Klurf now whiffing his shot against the IS-7, but still, capture is once again happening. And now I think Klurf, yeah, he doesn't miss those twice. He is going to get the kill, and that leaves only YOLO and Kono that realistically are not able to reset. The strike is going to deal damage, yes, but it's not going to change the game. Another kill coming through. The first one for Mafia, that is, but the first point goes to W.
And they find the first round. That's exactly what you need starting in that lower bracket match. You would think that this round is like, once they start rolling through and they're only finding the mouse and they're not able to kill the mouse, you'd be like, this is not working out for them. Then you'd expect Mafia just to get away with it. But no such thing. They find numerous targets behind that. I mean, Klurf, through the open, finds the Leo. They find Orchek. They find the CS63. That's far more than Mafia should ever give up for this kind of push.
Yeah, it felt kind of weird because looking at it, it kind of portrayed the feeling of, hey, the initial push of W is not finding success. So you would naturally expect for Mafia to retaliate, but it turns out that, I mean, looking at the Mafia lineup now, the only real firepower or like the only real possibility to deal a lot of damage quickly was on that T57, and that one was not available to punish the push. And I think this is kind of where the Mafia problem started going, because yes, you have a lot of single shooters in there that obviously have other advantages, but what you don't really have is the potential to like just, you know, snap your fingers and remove enemy tanks.
So, damage-wise, you can see Tarks coming top, Conrad on the other side. They were just not able to shut down this this push with these no light tanks whatsoever. And for W there, it was better to have no light tanks than any at all. I think having that extra gun, the EBR was able to get a good amount out though, with 2.8k damage. Not too bad there from Kono, but across the board, not quite good enough for Mafia.
No. And I think even the Bluskavitz of, I think, Klurf, that kind of ended up looking like a tourist, he wasn't really. He just removed the Leopard 1, and after that he had a very potent hold-down crossfire position from which you know, he realistically was able to deal damage without really taking punishment. So I think W with the opening, making Mafia very, very uncomfortable. And even though Yuzek was tanking like a champ, it just wasn't enough.
I mean, you know, Yuzek took the initial aggro, but then afterwards they just kind of ignored him. They were like, okay, we can't kill him, we'll go for everything else instead.
That was round 1, and we do also have the scores of phase 1 here, where, you know, W was able to get a point on the board of, regarding the score, but Mafia was taking it away with the 3-1, so points not even being split. It was Mafia taking the clean 3 points, but that was actually some time, I guess 3 weeks ago now, and we have arrived at the playoffs, where obviously the only thing that really matters is victory.
And the loser of this, the winner of this, is not going to care what happened in stage 2 or 1 for that regard, whether it would be a loss or a win. So they're just focused on the target at hand, which is, you know, locking in that further round.
Well, round number 2 is, I guess, getting started soon. And that for us means, are we going to see yet another W lineup with triple T57, quadruple Batchat? Probably not, although it was absolutely beautiful to watch and spectate and cast. W this time around sticking it with the can opener, together with double T57, a Batchat 25T, the K91, alright, making an appearance, and then double the light tank of Ios and Klurf with that EBR RHM combination.
Yeah, Mafia W197, T57 Bat, Leo, RHM. Neither of the two teams looking like a quick camp play is in the works, but YOLO's facing off against EOS and Klurf in the light tanks, so Mafia hopefully has an answer ready for that.
Let's see. First of all, planes coming out by either tank for the side of Mafia. They're going to see double T57 plus can opener for Mafia. For W, they're going to see double E100, IS7, and 1 T57. So I think both teams know that they're probably not up for a quick cap play by the opponents, as Ios makes a spotting round and ends up finding YOLO. Even finds a shot, I think. That is crazy with the EBR. And Orzhek with the T57 as well. He knows that, you know, probably somewhere on the field there must be some light tank roaming around, so he's booking it out of there.
Yeah, good shot there from EOS. Didn't even get spotted for that. Information tower gets taken, gets used. They know about Marcella Day Zero. He takes it. Can they do anything against this? Over there is a good question. They probably will not go or opt to go for that, however. But initial trades here for W, pretty solid.
Pretty solid. Good start once again. They do get a shot of damage in towards the Leopard 1 and the RHM, but now Mafia with those two E100s have arrived at the cap and they're going to start it off. That being said, though, Itox with the can opener obviously able to take the strike already, so they do have something available for resets. After that, though, they will need to find something else.
I mean, they're moving back towards 1-2 line. Kono is trying to spot out what's happening there, but he will not find anything. They're not making a mistake of driving in a bad way. And the can opener arriving to spot out Konrad and Yuzek, the EBR. Might opt to go take the strike when it comes off of cooldown. So W actually not in a bad position whatsoever. There will be some sort of a split by Konrad and Yuzek, but not quite far enough to avoid getting reset from.
Indeed, and now the plain Arti-Strike combination obviously does mean that the cap has been reset. Also, point to note, Jackify in that K91 obviously is a sniper medium, so he is going to have baby strikes if he deals damage. First of all, talking about damage though, Kono down to 300. That was a brutal amount of punishment on towards the Batchat of Mafia. That is detrimental to their efforts of taking the first round, as now Itox with the can opener does make his presence known at the cap. Good reset coming out, and he has Tarxic in support with that T57. Pop, 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 pop. The ability is going to deal some damage. I don't think the full clip, but obviously full resets are there.
It was a great play from Klurf that led to this damage on Kono, puts the plane there blind. They kind of expected it, but as a result, you saw Kono take a lot of damage, and now EOS is trolling Marcel on the other side. He can't really do much. Itox is speaking, hold down against his W100. The K91 is in support. I mean, YOLO is there when the Archam Panzerwagen put in a few shots, but when we're looking at it, ooh, another shot being received, and EOS still having fun with the Leo on the other side of the map. W finds Kono, which is Klurf picking him up. Marcel now in trouble as well, and that Leopard nowhere to run. Marcel, he's cut off from the 1-2 line as well. Frugo taking a lot of damage there in that T-57, giving himself up in this one. Not really necessary to do that, but the rest of the W team firing on all cylinders. And I think now they have realized that these double E100s, Yusek and Conrad, are in a lot of trouble, as EOS is just roaming around the map, shooting HE, penning people left, right, and center. The conversion is happening on the middle of the map. Good shot from YOLO as well. Itox down towards the one-shot. Yusek and Conrad not waiting for their destiny to appear, but still, with Akine one from behind him and the rest of the team moving in. W, unbelievably enough, on Ghost Town is going to make it 2-0.
Exactly, and also W here with the, kind of off-meta tank picks coming in. The first round, they had Double Bliska. This time around, they bring the K91, but so far, so good. It's working out for them, and now only Profuse left with that IS-7, and the W tanks are already starting to close in. I mean, it ended up looking somewhat dicey at some points in this game, but W really with a comfortable end to this round number 2, and they're going to completely convert Ghost Town in their favor. And for Mafia, they best forget about what just happened.
Yeah, 2-0 coming out of Ghost Town. Unexpected. I'm already going to ask you what is coming after this, because, yeah, this might have been a shock for Mafia, just like everybody watching as well. It might be a shock to all of a sudden see this W lineup up 2-0.
Yeah, W up 2-0, and I believe the next map actually will be Ensk. W was actually the one picking Ghost Town, so good for them to, I guess, be completely converting their own map pick, and we could see why. They had some strats prepared, and, well, whoever came up with them, probably Frugo, props to him, because it worked out. Jakova with that K91, even 4,600 damage, obviously only trumped by the can opener that was in the thick of the fight for the entire match, or game rather.
Marcel and Kono not really getting anything done whatsoever. Unable to find something, unable to contribute in this battle, and good moves there on W's part. If they can keep this up in Ensk hand, I'm not saying we're going to have a short affair, but they're very likely to take three rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Ensk kind of a 50-50 map, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it is 3-1, but I would have been surprised if you told me that after Ghost Town it's going to be 2-0. So I guess what do we know here, right? But yeah, I think for W, most importantly, the preparation paying off, because I think Ghost Town is one of those maps where you can actually really prepare something and cook something up to bring to the table. And I think also kind of the problem a little bit for Mafia is that they had to play a best of 9 already today, where they went pretty deep against hit and run. So they were showing a lot of the strategies already that they had prepared, and now they're playing against the team of W that not only is fresh because of not having played today yet, but also W didn't have to show anything as of yet.
Coming into Ensk, if W was to pick up a third round and we put them in prime position on Pilsen and Murovanka, there's going to have to be some big comeback from Mafia on either one of those. And that's going to be hard. I mean, I'm expecting a 3-1 scoreline coming out of Ensk, and then the comeback needs to start for Mafia.
Yeah, indeed. Because after that 3-1 that you expected, we are not there yet, obviously, but if W gets another round, then they would already be on the match point. Currently, though, it has only been the first map, so currently 2-0, and Ensk is one of those very quick and explosive maps where, you know, like not even 10 minutes later, we could also be looking at a tied-up scoreline, but for that to happen, Mafia really need to turn things up a notch.
4-3 was the phase 2 score. But yeah, Ensk, interesting one. You talked about W bringing unorthodox lineups. Ensk doesn't really lend itself towards that, though.
No, I think Darkside throughout the regular season were most known to kind of play off meta a little bit with, the Akpans of Ladislav and then also a lot of Juggernaut TDs. Both of those teams were playing kind of standard, and I think that is also what we could consider their lineups to be as soon as they settle. Triple super heavy tank coming out from W with 2 Mouses 1E100 together with Strala in that 1-1B and triple Forge B.
Mafia in return, triple 4-3 and double Forge B. Good thing for Mafia is they have a lot of meat to face these E100s.
Yeah, I mean, both teams bringing a lot of steel to the table. Triple Mouse by Mafia, that is 12,000 HP all by itself already. So let's see. Interestingly enough, also W with the Inspire medium that Mafia do not have. So they're going with a funny button medium instead. That obviously on itself provides more DPM, but, you know, evened out over the whole team, it's actually the Inspire medium that really raises the DPM of everyone. Profuse taking the first shot of the battle for driving down the rails in that mouse, and I think W at this point in time just receiving mostly, and they have formed once again a little Forge B trap. We saw them using one with 5 Forge Bs in C8 before. This time from the south they are utilizing that one too, and now the Forge Bs do get pulled into the fray. Frugo the one to take most of the damage at this point right now, but now the Forge Bs have arrived, starting to clip out, and Profuse is the one to bear the brunt of the damage, but Mafia now swing in the Forge Bs of their own. Frugo the first one to die, the ability not keeping him active, and you can really see the focus fire by the teams going on. They're completely ignoring, realistically, most of the tanks, and I think Strala with the mistake of driving in.
Yeah, Strala with the 1-1B getting focused out, and Ios there with the miss in the Forge B, forcing Itox to go all the way to find this kill against the Mouse, which is not even guaranteed. He does find it's a good shooting. You talked about Strala's mistake. It's going to cost him dearly. That Inspire is very, very important in a battle like this. Brainbreaker still trying to do what he can in his E100. Gets a shot against Yuzek, but he will not fall, which Klurf will actually. Darks find the kill there, and Klurf playing around with them a little bit, trying to stay alive. He's delaying the inevitable for a very long time, so kudos for Klurf for that one. But what can W do outside of that? I mean, Klurf trying to do what he can. Marcel missing there. He's doing way more damage than should ever be allowed. He will find 4 or 5 shots even out of that clip.
He finds 4 or 5 shots out of that clip, but is it going to be enough? The answer is possibly even no. Even with his performance, the team of W is still trailing in tanks, and now the Forge Bs once again starting to open up against those Mouses here at minus 1700 for Toxic. The next one on the chopping board, maybe Itox. However, the Forge Bs of Mafia have almost run out of steam, but they still have this continuous DPM coming in from Marcel, and Ios shots down Conrad, so that is a 3v3 scenario now, but Mafia have just so much more HP, and they have 3 guns in the fight against the 2 remaining from W, and I think Mafia are starting to make it happen on Ensk finally, as Kono is going to come off reload. That is going to be the death of Itox, and now only Ios remaining.
Alright, so Mafia wins this round. I think we can confirm that at this point. Let's talk about what went wrong there, Kihan. We mentioned the 1-1B. Pretty big error.
Yeah, normally the art of the game for the 1-1B is be relevant with your gun, but be nowhere around where you can be shot. And I think that the second part of that, Strala did not do well. He died very, very early on, and at that point in time, obviously, the entire point of the 1-1B is just, you know, mitigated. The Inspire only stays active as long as, you know, the tank is there. So if he's dead, he's not going to be able to do anything. And I think if throughout this whole shootout, W had maybe lost a mouse instead of the 1-1B, and that one is able to provide his DPM. Keep in mind, it also has 350 pen, so it works great against... Yeah, so it works great against the super heavies on the team of Mafia. then I think they stand a really good chance of winning this. But like this, I mean, great score for Marcel, Cornell, and YOLO, all of them above 4,000 damage. 6,000, excuse me.
If you include Conrad, all of them have above 4,000, and your statement is still true. Nonetheless, they do have above 4,000. But yeah, you see the biggest issues there for W. First B and 1-to-1B, those are tanks that you really need to deal the damage, and they weren't able to get that.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure why Strala was still there. Like, yes, he was supposed to take the strike very early on, but after that, with the 1-to-1B, that is not where you want to continue staying. You need to drive away, and you need to have your gun in the game, but the platform of your tank very far removed from the opponents. So now, still though, W in the lead, 2-1.
Yeah, the community prediction is not very happy with the current result so far.
No, I think this one we actually took from the predictions of Twitch chat, because obviously we weren't able to pull predictions for matches that.
And they're
didn't
definitely
clear
not
opponent.
happy.
And yeah, I guess, you know, some points are going to change their owner. Some channel points, that is.
Not mine, because I don't have any.
Well, did you already predict in some other matches?
Long time ago, I lost all my points.
Well. Ensk round number 2 though. Never recovered?
No,
Oh, well.
I stopped gambling.
Ah. Well. They always stop before they win big, I guess.
True. I'll get back to it. Thank you, Kian.
Okay. Anyway, though, Ensk round number 2. And I mean, in this first round here, I think it was mostly W enabling Mafia with mistakes that they did, but it takes two to tango, right? W making the mistake and then Mafia realizing that and capitalizing on it. Although I think even throughout the game already, we pointed out that, you know, the 1-to-1B dying obviously isn't great. So let's see if W come in with an adjustment. Currently, Itox hovering but that T62. I'm not entirely sure if he's going to use it. Never mind. No. So we are going to end up with a 50B, a Mouse, a 7058, double T57, 430U, and Fush B.
Mafia in return, W100, double T57, double Fush B, and an E4. So, a little bit of everything again on the W lineup. 50B, 705A. Not quite a fan of the 705A. What about yourself?
Not really. Personally, like, the platform obviously great for side scraping, etc. And in this battle, the only tank really able to hurt him would be the E4 or like the Fosh B's T57s if they get to flank him. But I mostly take issue with the gun, actually. It's quite iffy, even in Onslaught, and the pen isn't great. So, yeah. Frugo with that 50B. By the way, the 50B, unlike the T57, that's why Frugo is using it probably, is able to actually spot over this one, and he can even get some shots there. So good map knowledge being demonstrated by the team of W. They even have Brainbreaker getting the artillery strike, and Ios with the spotting tower as well is going to get the full information that now Mafia have as well. So with full information available for either team, it is now just about the calls.
Wojciech, Marcel, and Profuse on the hunt in the city, pushing forward. Frugo getting spotted out. There is Klurf waiting there. Itox gives a shot on the crossing already to Wojciech. Profuse and Marcel currently unspotted, but that is a 4. Tarks crossing over. Tarks crossing over. Takes 2 in the T57, dropped to 2.1, and here comes Mafia with those 5 tanks, and I don't know if W is ready and waiting for this. They spot Profuse, they spot Kono, they spot Marcel. Can they really do something here from the side of W? The strike will hit hard. It comes in on 3 targets as well. Profuse getting blocked by Kono. He will not make it around the corner. He's supposed to be a teammate, but that's an anti-mate if I've ever seen it. Report that man and get him banned for 3 days. Fall.
Indeed, Profuse Profuse does fall here, and with it, the hopes possibly of Mafia, as you were cutting out a little bit, Ducky, but I believe you're back, and now Ios, he has still this DPM medium of the 430U, and he's going after Marcel. Clerf also reloading, so once again, it is this awkward interaction of clip tanks just staring down each other's barrel without really being able to do anything. Ozek still 2 shots remaining in his clip, but Clerf about to come off reload as Jakufa starts opening up, doesn't penetrate all of his shots in towards Yuzek here. He needs some help, and the help is coming in the form of Itox, but Yuzek does make it behind the house.
Yeah, Yuzek does make it behind the house, so all good in that department. And now W coming back in and cleaning up. This push key hand was not it, and especially that body block there. But Mafia still has something to play with. If they can find Brain Breaker, then who knows? But it's going to be so very, very hard for them as EOS finds Yuzek. That is now resulting into a 5-on-2, and W, we said it's very likely they walk out of this with a 3-2 scoreline, and that's exactly what happened.
3-1, yes, absolutely.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ensk does get split here, and realistically, we gotta wonder by Mafia why they decide to commit to this push, because both sides had full information available, and, well, I mean, for W, that kind of indicated what was coming, and for Mafia, they saw what was waiting there. Obviously, the body block by Kono on towards Profuse, I think, didn't help. Like, the fact that the Fosh B just evaporated, that was not great, but I think the issues started even before that.
I mean, sure, but it definitely helped losing that one tank immediately, Kian. Like, losing one tank immediately is just always going to be a very, very bad thing to start off with.
Yeah, also the fact that the strike essentially was able to confirm the kill and still do damage to 2 more tanks. That is just going from a good to a great situation for W, and the same thing can be said for the scoreline of the match so far as well, because W now sitting on the 3-1. Still some way to go. They still need to pick up 2 rounds to make it happen and to go in towards the lower bracket finals here. But I mean, yeah, so far so good, and we can really see Profuse that got blocked through no real fault of his own, down with only 2 shots of damage. Yeah, YOLO, he was keeping his gun in the game, and good for him, but some of that damage probably done where the game was already, like, over, and the other thing is the E4 was so far removed from the game that he probably wasn't able to put shots in towards the tanks that the rest of his teammates were actually focusing out.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate circumstance there. I mean, YOLO really wanted to get across. Or Kono really wanted to get across and blocks Profuse a little bit. Did it change the battle? Maybe, Kian. If Profuse gets 6 shots out there, who knows?
Yeah, and more importantly, if he stays alive there even, then all of a sudden his ability starts kicking in, because he was just blown up before it could come in. So yeah, maybe, possibly it changes something, but yeah, that is just that. Maybe it changes something, maybe it doesn't. And this means that now W on that 3-1 scoreline, if they could get the next point on Pilsen, that would already be big.
Oh, it would be huge if they could get that. It would be a match point for W with a lot of rounds against Mafia to come back. I mean, prediction-wise, you guys are terrible at this, apparently.
I mean, now you say that. Just wait and see. Just wait, and obviously my prediction cannot happen anymore, but...
Yeah, what am I going to wait for? For us to be like, due to Keyhand being salty, we have deducted 1 round from W.
I don't sound like that, all right? Sometimes,
I mean, maybe. I prefer not to speak.
If you speak, big trouble.
Exactly. Although I answer to your boss, though.
Well, I can tell you, my boss is currently busy laughing his butt off about us speaking. So, yeah. Anyway, we were speaking about this. I mean, you most of all kind of called the 1-to-1 split on.
It was just like
Ensk.
likely, you know, like.
Yeah. So now we find ourselves in this 3-to-1 situation, and realistically, Pilsen can go 2-0, but that goes either way, to be honest. I don't really... Given how the match has gone, I don't really see Mafia picking up 2 rounds, but they kind of need to if they want to win it.
Yeah, to be in any position, I agree that I think they need to win this round. This is the thing, like recovering from 3 match points, Keyhand, it's so very hard. I don't personally see it happen. I don't know about you, but if this is match point for W, do you see a recovery, Key?
I mean, if it was match point Mafia, then yes, I would see a recovery, just because, you know, W have been making so many comebacks from being up against match points, but that doesn't really come to mind when talking about Mafia. I think for them, this round here right now is an absolutely crucial one to pick up. And they will try to do that with an RHM, double Foshby, CS63, T57, and double mouse.
Mafia in return, double mouse of their own, T57, CS63, double Foshby, and an RHM Panzerwagen. So a little bit of everything. Again, W and Mafia.
I mean, whenever I see like singular T57s or 50Bs, I'm like conditioned to say I don't really like having only one of them, but always then I remember like, wait, they have more autoloaders. The Foshbs are there as well. So I think the T57 just adding a little bit more of, you know, explosive firepower for when the shootout actually starts, and then the focus must be for either side to just remove one gun from the game entirely, which is what we saw actually in the second round on Ensk, where, you know, Profuse just completely blew up and W won off of it. Arguably, as we said, if that one goes differently, then Mafia have a chance. But first of all, I think W opening up very, very passively, almost, you could say. No real neutral objectives getting contested by them. And for Mafia, kind of the same thing. So very, very cautious start to Pilsen by both teams.
Very far back as well. Neither team really taking a risk here. Brainbreaker is the first one to pick up a strike. Kono's going to be doing the same on the other side. But Frugo backing off. There's still EOS waiting there as well. And question is, how does W plan to hold off the double Foshby and a CS63 and an RHM?
Currently, it seems like they don't even want to do that, as they are kind of relocating the Foshby away, the T57 also starting the rotation. So Mafia, with this push on the 0 line, are not going to find a whole lot of enemy tanks, but what they will actually pick up is a lot of map control. Also, IOS with that T57 now getting spotted on the rotation. That is obviously great for Mafia, because to the Foshby, that probably just signals, hey, keep going forward. It's free real estate.
It is indeed free for the side of Mafia, but W is rotating, Kihan. Look at them. There's another Foshby joining. Itox taking the strike here. He will actually be able to take it as well in front of their noses. So a secondary strike for the side of W has been taken, but they are trying to make a trap here that's not really going to do anything. Strala there in a little bit of trouble against the Foshby. Konrad just hitting his reloads, but nothing much happening so far.
No, except for the fact that W have already bled more than Mafia. Arguably, though, on the tanks where it doesn't matter too much, like the 2 mouses are happier than others, at least, to take some damage at the start of the battle, as Itox is going to heal some of it back, but now Profuse with that mouse does drive in towards the middle as well. Pretty uncontested, too. He lets one go against the W tanks in the south of the map. He's not really going to find anything, though. And I think the net is tightening around Strala at this point in time. He cannot really move too much anymore, as Mafia are going to pick up the artillery strike on the field for the second time. This time around, they are going to put it on towards the light tank, opt out of using it, and similarly, W also pick up the strike under their control, which is the western one in E1, with the RHM as well. So both sides with a strike. So I guess, once again, both sides trying to build a nuclear arsenal.
Ooh, YOLO does get planed and does get shot as well, but Strala taking a load of damage in return, 1.8 in that E4. Ooh, not really worth it. He did shoot the RHM, but the cost of it was very high. The good thing is, though, he has denied the info, and now Strala is starting to get striked as well. Minus 400, minus another 400. The mini strike will finish him off. Itok's taking a lot of damage as well, and W in this round not looking very good. Strala there takes another strike. It's the mini strike from the CS63 to the face, and now W needs to do something here on this part of the map. They're going for Conrad in that Fosh B. Frugo pops his ability now. Marcel will return by popping his as well. Now Brainbreaker needs to come in to pick off Conrad, who's clipping out against Eels. In the meantime, Frugo will survive, but it's going to be very hard for W to ever come back from that. Survive, take it back. He's down towards a one-shot. Somebody will finish him off. It's YOLO in the RHM, and this strategy for W was absolutely not it.
No, W looking like a team that was very, very slow in this game. So completely unlike what we saw, for example, on Ghost Town and even Ensk. They tried to slow play it, and they, yeah, realistically pay the price of the round. So the maximum possible price to pay here, because Mafia were just winning every possible engagement, every possible scenario. E4, I spoke about the net that was tightening, and indeed that was exactly what was happening. Mafia held all the angles against the E4, and you know, the peak on the RHM. Damage on the light tank is always important, but it cannot be so important as for you to lose your tank. So now W obviously will try to make this round a little bit longer just because of the tiebreaker conditions, but Mafia, signs of life.
They will pick up their second round here, and if they do it one more time, they will be making it all even, and then we can forget about everything that happened before. W have one more opportunity to bring this to match point on Pilsen. Yeah, good stuff there from Mafia. Clean, controlled round, taking the positions, especially finding that E4, and yeah, that reset on the line, it almost looked like it was a bait. It might have been one as well, and Strala definitely felt the return.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he was dead after this encounter. He took what looked like an entire Fosh B clip, minus 1,800, and he had the ability active even. So yeah, double strike after that, together with the baby strike as well coming in. And that was exactly what Mafia needed, not only to win this round, but also to get back into the match. Because while it's only 1 point of difference, 3-1 is an entirely different storyline than 3-2.
Klurf on the roam around the map, but the only thing that matters here is that Mafia will be locking in their second round, and this one felt a bit too easy for them.
Yeah, I think W made the big mistake of just handing control to Mafia for free. And that is kind of weird to see, because for Mafia, they didn't do anything completely outlandish. They didn't pull off some, crazy stunt here. No, they just pushed 2 tanks over the 0 line. And that was all that it took for W's tactic to completely fall apart.
It's okay, they're shifting towards the gap. Klurf will get to live through this one. Now, that is actually not a bad prediction from YOLO. Not that far off at all.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to blind spot the RHM of Klurf, but luckily for Klurf, he's actually sitting in a different bush. He will probably shoot once before the match is over. Never mind, he doesn't have a plane to spot. So this one is going to get decided by Cap. Orzek here tries to pad his damage a tiny little bit, but it's not really going to change anything, because at the end of the day, the scoreline is what counts. And this one means that W now leading 3-2 still. So I guess so far, Ghost Town being the absolute difference maker here, where W, I think it's fair to say, kind of outminded Mafia. However, I mean, Pilsen could just about be Mafia's way back into the match.
It might be, but just like Ensk, if this is a 1-1, it doesn't help Mafia's case.
Nope.
That's the downside here. Frugo and Brainbreaker, trying to put in some numbers, but was even if Shala was healthy, it's an impossible repush.
Yeah. I think the way that Konrad in the Fosh B was positioned, like, yes, he ended up dying, but the trade that Mafia made off of this engagement was just, like, very good. Because the Fosh B was able to do the full clip and more, because it was, before then, it also had a clip on towards the E4. But also, all the tanks that were engaging the Fosh B actually were completely out in the open. So realistically, I think in terms of HP, W actually sacrificed like 2.5 tanks for 1. So good job to Konrad, sacrificing his own tank, his life, but for the better of his team. So high impact gameplay coming in from him there. And now
very high impact, really playing for the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes the biggest sacrifices result in the least amount of damage.
It just to be that way sometimes. But yeah, Mafia now realistically with the chance to even it out again. There is the danger though that, W pick up another round and all of a sudden it doesn't really matter because they're on match point.
Yeah, like if it's 1-1, it really doesn't matter,
Yep. Or actually it does matter because it helps W.
Yeah, of course. Like I'm just saying that Mafia winning this round, it's all really good and all. But if they lose this one, the one that's coming up, then it just doesn't fix their problem.
They need to fix the problem of the scoreline from their POV entirely by themselves, and well, the way to do that is by winning the coming round. They have proven that they are able to do it on Pilsen. They just need to repeat it.
We will see the kind of lineups that we get. We'll be able to say us a lot what kind of Pilsen we get. The last Pilsen was very, very defensive, very anti what we saw so far. W seemed even a little bit afraid of something.
Yeah, both teams just had a very slow start in towards that first Pilsen round, where we saw other teams with a lot of uber aggressive tactics in towards the strikes, in towards the cap, like even sending 430Us, Fosh Bs, all those kind of tanks in towards the fray. This time around, it was just both teams hanging back and then, Mafia doing the first move, getting more map control and taking the win with it. W, this time around, are going to switch it up though. W100, 121B, Batcha 25T, a Bluska, and double Fosh B.
Mafia in return, E100 Mouse, 430U, triple Fosh B, and an IHM Panzer Wagon. So no lighting from W. We'll definitely get a different style of play.
Yep, for W, this seems exactly what I was talking about, what we saw from other teams. The 121B indicates that they want to lock Mafia in towards a brawl right from the get-go, and then with the double Fosh B to clip out, with the E100s to tank, and even with that Bliskavitza to provide a high amount of DPM. I think we kind of forgot about how high the Bliska DPM at close ranges actually is because it wasn't getting picked so much anymore. W are definitely here and looking for a fight.
YOLO will take the info, but already Brainbreaker will be on the artillery strike. Wait, Brainbreaker going straight down the middle. It's going to be Klur from the artillery strike. They will know that the bat shot is there. They're setting the cap at 2. There needs to be a third one joining soon. YOLO will make it to the artillery strike on the east. Konrad already moving in towards the city with his fellow Fosh B friends. And now W needs to make a decision. Where do they go? What do they do? What is the target that they go for? Because those Fosh Bs are going to be hurting at some point. W kind of in the grinder here, Kihan. They cannot sit where they currently are.
They cannot sit where they are currently at, and this is why they're pulling Klurf on towards the cap as well. They want to explode off of it, I think, and this is being showcased by the fact that Itox is also transitioning over towards the southern factory buildings, and W in full pushing mode here. They're exactly pressing that key on their keyboard, but they're driving in towards a big strike. That one's gotta hurt. It hit a lot of tanks, and yes, Yuzek gets blown up, but in comes Mafia with a lot of autoloaders and a quick double kill.
Yeah, but can they make this work though? The Forge B is going to be running out of steam soon, and then it's on to W to try and retaliate and do the damage. Brainbreaker coming off of reload has 5 available. Kono will delete Itox, which is that Forge B for the side of W, but now Kono in no man's land in his Forge B as well is going to be making it out, is going to be healing lots and lots of this back, but not before they will give him some lead to chew on to make sure that he doesn't heal all of that HP back. But now it's a 5-on-4 in favor of Mafia. They were positioned so well initially to deal with this.
Yeah, 5 versus 4, and most importantly for Mafia, they still have that light tank of YOLO available, and the less tanks are on the field, the more important those light tanks do become. He's pretty healthy as well, still 1300 HP, so he could even survive a misplay against one of those E100s. Not against Brainbreaker in a fully loaded Batchat, but yeah, now Mafia suddenly pulling through with the no U, as it's going to be them capping. Do W have a strike? I do not think so. So this means that now the W100 needs to start driving on towards the cap. They managed to block it for now, but this just enables the Foch Bs that spring into action. Those are 2 fully loaded ones at that. That is 4,800 damage in the clip. More than enough for what W has remaining.
And after all, Mafia is able to wipe away what happened in round number 1 and 2. That Ghost Town has been wiped off the board. They come back from it. Good stuff for them. This setup again, primed and ready for what W wanted to do. W with the unholy decision. Do we go for the Forge Bs or do we drive down the middle? Neither option is amazing. They opted for one. But those triple Forge Bs, they just do too much burst potential.
Yeah, and the fact as well that the Mafia Foch Bs were able to survive, were able to heal, that obviously just adds to the problems that W had in this game. And on Pilsen in general, really, it just felt like Mafia had the better read of the situation, and that's going to start building some momentum for Mafia as well, that realistically now have back-to-back round victories. So good for them, and I think like W is a very experienced team overall, but at least between the two of those teams, I think W also is the more emotional one, so they need to be careful not to tilt.
For sure, and you know, losing 2 rounds in a row is probably not very good for their mental, realizing, you know, they were in a very prime position to get ahead here, and they're not going to be. It's going to be 3-3 moving into, I can't for the life of me remember the next map.
The next map is going to be Murovanka.
All right.
But yeah, first of all, I mean, battle going exactly like Mafia wanted it, with Uzek being the target focused out. All right, yeah, that's the E100 getting focused. That is exactly what you want. Even if he ends up on a low amount of damage, he still gives the time and the room necessary to his teammates to completely pop off, and that is what Marcel did there. 5.8k, that is a lot of damage in that 430U. That probably never stopped firing once it started, and so after Ghost Town, Ensk, and Pilsen, we now take a trip towards the lush greens of Murovanka and the magic forest that awaits there.
Really not sure what to expect from this one. Do you have any ideas? We saw Mafia be masters at punishing any sort of mid-aggression, though.
I think the meta there kind of evolved. Because realistically, if we think to the start of the season, where it was like all Juggernaut TDs, Bluskavicas, like galore, after those kind of went out of fashion, we started going into a super heavy meta, where E100s, Mouses, etc. were picked super often, and even on Murovanka, you said it, pushed through the middle of the map. But I think even that has kind of, you know, devolved again. Or not, maybe not devolved or evolved away from those E100s. And now teams are starting to get very creative with what to do, and they've moved away from those super heavies that don't really add a lot on Murovanka, at least, because if you start pushing them in towards the middle of the map, then, you know, a mobile enemy team or mobile opponents, they will just drive somewhere else, get the kills, and then those E100s are still standing there and probably wondering what happened to the rest of their team.
Very curious to see what kind of style we're going to get on Murovanka. We saw Mafia play it without light tank against Hit and Run. Do we think that this is potentially something they're going to be doing again? But now here against W, are we expecting a different kind of Mafia?
Yeah, that is the big question. Is Mafia going to switch it up? Because the rounds on Ghost Town, which were also a map that we saw already against Hit and Run, those were completely one-sided and, well, not in their favor. So I do think that Mafia should definitely switch it up, but whether they will, I guess we're going to find out now. First of all, W are going to come into this one with a Batchat, Centurion, double 430U, Frugo bringing the E3, curious choice on Muro, and double light tank, EBR, and Tesak.
Mafia on the return, BZ, CS63, AX, double 430U, a Fush B, and an RHM. Interesting picks there on the W side, Kihan. Tesak kind of fallen out of fashion altogether.
Yeah, exactly. The Tesak was mostly used to counter the Juggernaut TDs with the activated ability, but it also has this clip, basically, this autocannon with which it can do something no other tank in the game can currently, and that is reset those information towers if they are taken by enemy light tanks, because it can just spray and pray. Something's gonna hit, and that will obviously reset if it is EBRs or for example, RHMs as well. And the full information now coming through for the team of Mafia. So they do see that they're playing against double LT.
Yeah, so much for the Tesak resetting that point of information, huh?
Well, turns out it didn't.
Mafia will immediately start the cap, though. Cliff now taking the own radio will reveal what we already know, of course, is that Mafia is on the cap at that triple 430U. And how is W planning on resetting this? Like, who's going to stop this?
I mean, iOS needs to go on towards the strike now. If he misses the next 2 seconds, then I don't think that W are realistically going to be able to reset anymore, at least not with the strikes. There is the Centurion Action X of a W that is kind of close, and obviously he could try something with HE as Clerv gets found and takes 2 shots. And indeed, the cap has been reset. So for now, the Centurion Action X probably trading away a little bit of HP. Or even, no, Jekafar still full HP, close to the red line, so he's going to be extremely comfy.
There is a reset there from the AX, but EOS in return tried to get a reset, takes 1.1 to the face, and W there overreacting a little bit to try and get his resets, and now the push-off is coming from the side of Mafia on towards that AX of Jakefa. He's trying to go up and over, trying to extend his life, but that's not going to be working out either. He's trying to get away from these multiple opponents, trying to extend his life. Like we said, he will do that for just a brief moment in time, but YOLO picks him up, and the HP might be even, but Mafia currently in position to push over those 2 tanks on the 3 line as well and find him, and Conrad is going to be finding Brainbreaker here in this 1v1 to waste a lot of time killing him in the Fush B. He will fall, but the important part is that Kono actually fell against Strala as well, so W are finding kills even for the push that right now is happening from the side of Mafia.
Indeed, and now Mafia trying to overpush on towards Itox and Frugo, the double 430U. That is a lot of DPM that's going to be vanishing from the lineup of W. Mafia still have more HP, and they have more effective DPM because they do not have the 2 light tanks that W is playing with. They also have 1 tank less now. Estrala on that 430U does end up falling as well, so it's going to be a 3 versus 5. It's not completely over yet, though, because W, they have those 2 light tanks here, so it's going to be up to Mafia to force W's hand by possibly even, as we see now, starting the cap. Uzek is going to get the artillery strike as well. They do get the information tower that puts additional pressure on towards W. So Mafia are playing from an ahead position, but it is not quite over.
This is winnable for W, but it will be hard. The question is, does EOS actually really still have a strike available? Because if he does, they could do something with that. Bainbreaker now making his way across the A line, cutting in close. YOLO will beat him to position. Bainbreaker gets spotted out. He does spot YOLO. Does he get the shot? He spots out, he doesn't actually spot out Marcel, but YOLO hits the plane immediately. Brainbreaker on the move though, hitting that shot against YOLO. He does get into position. Can he find the kill as well against Marcel? Marcel down towards the one shot. Strikes coming in as well. Brainbreaker with the miss, the swing and a miss, and now YOLO is going to peek him as well from that hold on position. The replane coming out. Brainbreaker wants to find the kill. 423 could be a one shot. No connection there from YOLO, and Eos in that EBR now getting found by Orchek. Can he dodge though? That's the question. Orchek actually hits him in the wheels, but Eos needs to reset. He needs to go up and over. He's not going to make that whatsoever. And Mafia will steal away the match point with a cap victory. Things could have been very, very dire there if there was a reset coming in. But there's not. And Mafia pick up round number 4.
Yeah, indeed. Mafia with the cap play do manage to surprise W, which is a surprise in itself, actually, because W were playing with so many mobile tanks, with so much information that they should have seen this coming, but there was really no contingency plan to the easiest possible counter by Mafia, which was just, you know, all right, there's a Centurion resetting us, so how do we fix this problem? Well, we kill the Centurion. There was nothing.
If Eos had more HP there.
Yeah. I think really the biggest problem was that Mafia were getting away with killing the Centurion and not getting punished appropriately for it.
The Centurion was forced forward as well to reset, you know, so
yeah.
It is not on the Centurion there, but for Mafia, all the Strand in the book of Murovanka, that quick cap play working out, and they will bring themselves on match point. Very, very nice. Very, very good.
Yeah, and they've been playing from behind for the longest time in this matchup. Now, however, 3 consecutive rounds are going to lift their spirits, possibly. And I guess for W now, it's all about survival. Because yes, I mean, they did make it further than in Season 1. They did actually make it to the playoffs, but, you know, when you're in the playoffs, then obviously you don't want to just get eliminated. You want to make it further, but it seems like Mafia definitely has something to say about that, because, well, Ghost Town, not great from them, but since then it's either been split maps or Mafia all the way. Like, they even have the possibility to close it out now in regular time. I guess, you know, if you ask the players before a match, do you want to go to tiebreaker? Every single player will say no, because, well, they want to win without tiebreaker. But I guess if you ask the teams now, then only the Mafia players will say no still. For W, at this point, going to a tiebreaker would be a success.
Yeah, and that's weird looking at the beginning of the game, right? So W started off really strong and now has been falling, and they cannot seem to get up.
No, indeed. At least they are not under the water. At least yet.
What do we think, Ihan? Tiebreaker? I think it would be fair for the entire match, but, you know.
Sometimes things are not about what's fair, but instead about what's happening. And in this case, this means that Mafia have the possibility to put the nail in towards the W coffin and just send them home packing. Whereas for Mafia, it would obviously be great to win this coming round, to make it to the lower bracket finals, which not only secures 5% more of the prize share, but it also means you have the possibility for a lot more.
Round number 8. W coming in. 60p, E100, 121B, bad for 3U, Forge B, and a T100.
And for Mafia, we're going to have an extremely mobile lineup. Double Bat, a CS63, double 430U, a Forge B, and an RHM.
So no heavies whatsoever for Mafia, just a fully mobile lineup. It will struggle a little bit when it has to engage the 60TP E100 combination, because it will take them a lot to go through it, but a lot of rotational potential.
Yep. The information coming out for W at the start of the round, pretty good, actually. They do see basically Foshby, Double 430U, and the Bad Chats, but the Hurricane immediately does make it towards the middle of the map. He's going to be facing off against the 1-to-1B of Strale, that obviously by doing damage to the Hurricane is going to charge up his ability. He's going to be able to inspire, even gets the first shot of damage, and more starts coming in towards Profuse that so far hasn't really been able to do anything meaningful. Frugo even coming in with that 60 TP. We've seen him do that before, and this means that the first kill for W is kind of free.
It's just over, Kihan. It's just so over. I mean, Klurf is getting pushed, but he's gonna get Brainbreaker to clip out against Kono as well. The Fosh B in support of iTalks, and Kono, what looked to be an easy snack on that T100 is turning into an absolute disaster. He's down towards 500 HP, and Mafia had something in mind what was going to happen in this round, but the only thing that's going to happen, Kihan, is a very, very quick round for W. I wonder if it could even be the quickest round of this match at this rate.
Yeah, exactly. W seems to have completely read Mafia. That was absolutely an open book. This is carnage coming out from W. And they are going to quickly reward themselves with probably the most important round of the entire Onslaught Legends series for them. The only round that's going to be more important is the one to follow, because we are definitely headed to a tiebreaker here, and you said it before this round started, it would be fair considering and taking all rounds into account. And so, you know, the god of karma at the end blesses us with this tiebreaker.
But it's not just that, it just means that all of you are wrong even if you're right, you know?
What a weird way to say it, but still, it is correct. So, yeah, W managed to break this this streak of rounds by Mafia, and I mean, Kono, there is a reason for what he's doing here. He does want to extend the game. He wants to make it longer because this also matters for the tiebreakers, and well, actually, at the end of it, it doesn't really matter, because I just checked the times of the rounds, and W had the fastest one going into this one with 3 minutes on 11. It was actually the first round played in the match. It was Ghost Town 1.
This will still be faster nonetheless than 3:11. So, yeah, it will be.
Yeah. And, well, sometimes we are really predicting stuff, because, you know, after W had fallen, they now were able to get up, and Kono really was under the water. Bless you.
Don't worry, the stream didn't hear that. You did. I was very quick on the mute button. The round ends and I'm like, not now, not now. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. What can you do about it? I blessed Kihan's ears, but I saved everybody on stream's ears. So, success, just like W, had a success in this round, bringing home the dub. Now going to tiebreaker. Cliff, right?
Yes, it's going to be Cliff. First of all, let's take a look at the damage that both of the teams did. But realistically, in a round like this, it's not about the damage, it's more about the tactic. 7-0. So whatever Mafia had in mind, whatever they tried to do, either it fell apart right at the start, or, you know, W were just countering it completely, because this CS63 in towards the middle of the map, we've seen that before, but also Frugo with that 60 TP, resetting the CS, getting damage on it, we've also seen that before. So I think both teams with kind of a fresh take on tactics they've been using so far, but W just reigning supreme. And I'm even going to put the training room chat in towards the window here a little bit, so you can see W picked South.
Okay, so W picking the South on Cliff. Okay, looking at it, Kihan, without taking your prediction in mind, who do you find more deserving of winning the match?
It might sound like me wiggling out of the question, but honestly, whoever plays better in the tiebreaker here.
No. Kihan, listen, I need you to be Kihan Fame, not Kihan Wargaming, you know, for a second. Come on. I know he's somewhere deep down, somewhere. Return to us.
All right, let me find him in the cell that I locked him away in. But yeah, I think Mafia might take it here.
Okay. Mafia.
Because the rounds that W got, like especially second Muro and Ghost Town, it seemed to come more from the tactics just being better, and when it was the teams actually brawling against each other, Mafia seemed stronger. So those were the rounds that Mafia took. And also taking like the entirety of the regular season into account, Mafia was second, W was fourth. So I think those are all good arguments as to why Mafia maybe has the edge, but then again, I mean, it's Cliff. Anything can happen. What about you, the Killzor fame?
I have a prediction on the line.
Oh, true. Your prediction. I need to go against it.
It's voted 5-4 for W.
5-4 for W. Oh well, guys. Yeah, I'm sticking my Mafia prediction.
If I win this,
here we go.
If I win this prediction, I'm just clairvoyant in some regard.
I mean, yeah.
I was going to put 5-2 first, and then I was like, no way. I have a feeling this match is going to go a very long time.
Well, we are at tiebreaker, and this is crazy. Like, for both of the teams, this round here, that could be over in, let's say, 3 minutes. Cliff, so not completely impossible. This already means, like, 4,000 euros in 3 minutes. It's crazy.
I'm just curious, again, what kind of Cliff we're going to get. We saw Mafia play with the FE 4005. I don't think they're going to bring it back.
Yeah, no. The 4005 that you talked about, it was in the match against Cashback that Mafia won 4-0, but I mean, we talked about it while it was ongoing. It was more of an exhibition match, not a real, like, nothing was on the line there for either team. Mafia was confirmed second, Cashback was confirmed first, so for them actually to play series there and to show tactics would have been a mistake, in my opinion. So I wouldn't really count that. Like, I don't think Mafia will bring a stage 2.
Well, we're about to find out who makes it one step further, W or Mafia. The final round. 50B, double BZ, double BAT, and double E50M for W.
And for Mafia, we have the triple BZ75 paired up with a double batch at CS63 and the RHM of YOLO. So it's going to be light tank against no light tank. Firepower advantage for W, but Mafia could play with the information.
YOLO needs to get a big plane here in the beginning, get a lot of information. The question is he playing for 1-2 or is he playing for the middle? It doesn't really matter. Either gives info, but having more things spotted is always better.
Well, let's see. The plane goes down and it reveals double Batchat and double BZ. So I think the E50Ms, most importantly, remain an unknown quantity together with that 50B. That's booking it to the 1-2 line for Mafia. In the meanwhile, everyone driving towards the middle, save that RHM that does get split off. Kono is going to drive towards the donut as well. And now Klurf and Ios trying to make it over before the Batchats are reloaded. They're going to be able to do that. And now, as we do start things off, it's going to be W with donut control, but a lot of tanks in the middle of the map for Mafia. They do end up taking shots though, because importantly also by W, no one has taken K5 and the RHM already has started going around. This might be detrimental to W because that is going to be a lot of crossfire, and Kono with that CS63 will be able to control the Batchats. Just as the E50M drives around though, and Frugo, he's going to have the funny button. He's going to be out DPM that CS63. So this is now going to force Mafia to spring into action, and I think they have singled out Itox as Brainbreaker as the targets, as Profuse goes down towards one shot. Itox starts boosting towards him, gets the ram, puts him down towards one shot. Is he able to get the kill? No! Profuse stays alive.
Does he stay alive? He does actually. The strike coming a little too late, but Tarks will pick it up as well with the E50M. Now the C50E from Frugo behind. Kono picking him up as well. Jakifa coming in with the 50B. Not needed. The E50M of Frugo will finish, and W take back the side of the middle. That was Mafia. As Mafia coming with their own batch shots in return, trying to take back the top ramp, but Yuzek immediately taking a lot of damage for that drop towards 700, and EOS now getting peaked, but already getting covered by Frugo. Colmad going over with his batch shot, trying to make something happen here. EOS will run away. Klurf loading on top of the hill, and Brainbreaker yet still alive with that BZ against YOLO. Marcel now taking a 1-2 combination as well. Make it 3 as Klurf picks up Marcel from the top, and all of a sudden W with 6, Mafia with 4. Tarks now smelling some blood in the water, chasing down Conrad as well, and the team of Mafia, who won the Fraxter Winter Invitational, will not be continuing in Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 as Orchek will fall in a second or two. Brainbreaker still keeping YOLO quite busy, but it will be a 2-on-4 at the time Brainbreaker dies, and that is not looking very good, and YOLO even misses the shot.
Yeah, YOLO, even with the miss on towards Brainbreaker, he's going to be able to kill him at some point in time. Not if he keeps missing like that, but in comes Jakifa. YOLO already starting to drive towards the water.
Jump.
And yeah, Jakifa is going to do exactly that. W managed to beat Mafia in Tiebreaker. They do stay alive in the Onslaught Legends series. And a lot of people over the course of many months have doubted this team of W. But today, when it matters most, they show up big and they shut down Mafia.
I guess Gotcha Baby was the problem, right? Must have been. If Cashback doesn't win, we have a storyline here, you know. But yeah, W does it. They win. Good round there on Cliff for them. Really punishing this mid push very well. The E50 is working out for them also. They find very good success on these BZs of Mafia pushing through. And then Mafia doesn't even find more than just one BZ because Brainbreaker already evacuated the middle, which arguably worked for them because otherwise he would be able to get focused out. But now he was just 1v1ing against YOLO, and YOLO takes a long time to kill a singular BZ. He will kill him, but it takes forever.
Yeah, and so at the end of it all, W are going to take the victory here for them. I think this might just be the biggest success as a team so far, and they have the possibility to keep going still. But I don't think the opponents are going to get any easier because realistically the tournament bracket is absolutely stacked with rosters that anyone probably would be afraid to play against. And one team we haven't even seen them play today. They are only going to enter the action tomorrow, and that is yours truly, the place #1 of the regular season by a margin. It's going to be Cashback that will start off the day tomorrow against Hit, that we saw defeat Mafia earlier today. And then the second team that was able to do it, W, they are still in the lower bracket, so the Cinderella story for Frugo and the boys remains possible.
Yeah, they will continue on. They'll be very happy about that as well. So good for Frugo and the boys to make it one step further towards the bigger payouts. And, well, we still have something to come, Kian.
Indeed. We have three best of 9s done for today, but there is one more still to come. And I think it's going to be the storyline of, well, Fumes after that 5-0 or 0-5 against Dopamine. They have a chance, a shot at remedying whatever happened there. And they just need to repeat what they did in the upper bracket semis already, because there they were able to beat Stacked, which realistically shook up the tournament bracket a lot, because Stacked then went out to beat Babology. And so one of the big three, I guess, from NA isn't even here this time, and rightfully so. Fumes did beat them fair and square, but I think that is for when we are back. For now, let's head in towards some replays and let's see exactly how the Winter Invitational champion was eliminated. My goodness. Take it away.
your winners. Your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstore Winter Invitational champions. They take it
24 and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run, the trophy goes. They've done it. Are you united in
Hello there and welcome back. Through the magic of the internet, we are able to bring this next match to you from across the pond. And finally, my LTP jersey has arrived in Prague. Moff, we are going to see Fumes against Stacked. What are your thoughts?
Germany's not playing in this match, Key. I don't know
Nope.
if you realize that. Or neither is LTP. They've been eliminated, and this is a different continent altogether. It's been a long day, like a long day. So many best of nines, that's kind of how it goes. We had two great battles from the OLS. Mafia it's so devastating to lose in that fashion, especially when they did a comeback. You know, they almost... they had a really hard fight against Hit and Run, and then they got a really hard battle against W, where they kind of rallied, and then they put themselves on match point, and then to still end up losing and going out of that in 4th place, that was pretty rough. But anyway, enough of that. It's the final NA game of the day. Fumes having a really, shocking performance in the first match that we saw. It was 5-0. It was a clean sweep from Dopamine. I predicted 5-0. I didn't really, I'm not super familiar with the NA scene, but I didn't really think much of Fumes before this match, and now maybe I'm thinking even less. I don't know, but it was a pretty bad performance, both tactically and player-wise. It was not good. However, Key, they did beat this team that we see in front of us right now. They beat Stacked before 5-4 in Tiebreaker, so maybe it's the case that Dopamine is just so much better than everyone else. Maybe they can take the fight here.
It is a possibility. You see the Stacked lineup here, and I mean, we did have External on the stream here as a caster, so this picture seems kind of old. He kind of had less hair when he was on the stream.
Yeah, that's quite the throwback to all the way back to WGL. That's kind of crazy. It's also really cool that someone that played WGL, we have a couple of guys like Piotr and some other people that would escape my memory who played in WGL back in the day. So it's really cool that they're still kicking about and playing competitive World of Tanks here. But the Stacked lineup, despite the fact that they lost in Tiebreaker to Fumes before, it's just, that performance was just so unbelievably bad from Fumes in that last match they played. I had to go with Stacked on this one.
Yeah, I think I went with Stacked as well. I mean, even though Fumes already beat Stacked, I think I'm not sure actually how serious Stacked was taking the match before it happened, how good the preparation was, but that was then, and we are here now. No safety net anymore for either team because both of them have lost a match already in this double elimination bracket. So, the winner of this is going to go on. They are going to, meet Dopamine in a best of 11 tomorrow. But first of all, you need to win this one to even get there. And the map pick and ban here in front of us, Murovanka and Airfield being removed from the pool. And then we are going to start off on Pilsen, which will lead us in towards Ghost Town, where we didn't see the best of performances by the team of Fumes. Himmelsdorf and Westfield then being removed, leaving Cliff as the map number 3. We are going to see at least one round there. Studzianki is map number 4, where once again, Fumes didn't look too good, and Ensk might be the decider.
I love that from my perspective, the only information I have to go off for these two teams is Fumes didn't look good on that map. Fumes didn't look good on that map either, because I didn't watch any of the NA games. I know you stayed up and watched like all of them because you were helping organize that and with the production there. So I know you have a much better idea, or like at least watch the games.
Maybe it was a mistake because I saw Fumes playing, and Fumes weren't playing too badly, and that's why I gave them like the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I guess me staying up for it actually worked against me.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of looked at it and I was like, Dopamine's really good, and this Fumes team, I don't really know much about them, and from my understanding, historically there was, or at least in recent times, I thought there was like 3 good teams in NA, which would be Dopamine, Stacked, and the other team, Bobology, you mentioned earlier. It's all kind of like the same players, and they reshuffled around a little bit, and it's still like kind of the same group of top players. So I kind of just looked at it like that, and I thought Dopamine's like the cashback of North America, 5-0. And it worked.
Yeah, I think I kind of fell into the trap that you fell into earlier in the season, where it's like, you start overthinking things and you try to interpret too much into it, when realistically, sometimes just, brain off, putting the prediction is actually better. But yeah, in this matchup here, I think it's fair to say that Stacked should be favored, discarding the result we had between both teams, because obviously Stacked knew that they would have an important match to play today, this being the lower bracket final of the bracket. And I mean, Fumes, they probably didn't assume that, but they knew that it was a possibility that for them, they would have to go the distance today and play the second match as well. And I mean, all of that being said and done, with the predictions coming in, Daki, who arguably knows best about the NA scene from the lineup of casters that we have today, he's going with Fumes, but he probably did that for the sole reason of saying, I don't care about the predictions. Never mind. There are a lot of index fingers being waved at me right now, so possibly Ducky predicted differently.
Possibly, but it also wouldn't surprise me if he did that just for the cheese of going 5-1 Fumes, contrary to what we've seen, the evidence that we saw earlier today. But we can't, even if that isn't a correct prediction, you couldn't really discount Daki's visions, because he was the only one that actually had the belief and confidence to actually back W in the last match. And I think all of us have had kind of like a mirrored idea that W is like a good team and they can put up some like strong rounds, but when it comes down to it in those best of nines, they're just not able to cross the finish line. And they've proved us wrong today. They've taken an additional step in their World of Tanks careers and made it to the 3rd place of the playoffs,
with the possibility to get more. But now we are in for round number 1 of the Onslaught Legends finals. And here, Fumes, I mean, on the bright side for them, they arguably cannot really do worse than last time around. Room to grow.
Technically, you could lose even faster, but somehow, I mean, if you're going to bring 4 Fosh Bs, you're either going to win very quickly or lose very quickly.
Exactly, and they're going to top it off with an RHM, a 121B, and an E100. And for Stacked, on the other hand, we have a much more rounded lineup: Double Mouse, Batchat, 430, Fosh B, E4, and RHM. Now, looking at the lineups, I am kind of putting my forehead into some wrinkles, because I don't think that the synergy in the Fumes lineup is actually there. They have this quadruple Fosh B, and then they Inspire Medium, but realistically, that one doesn't really help the Fosh Bs.
What are you talking about synergy? If they're all playing the same tank, they're in perfect harmony all the time, with the triple Fosh B heading towards the fields part side of the map. We've got this very aggressive RHM. I'm not quite sure how to say that name. I think it's probably like
Behoz.
Behoz. Okay, so
Yep.
he's going to be the North American EOS. In that RHM, already aggressive in towards the 0 line here. We've got John taking a shot in the Fosh B, possibly a blind coming out from Dabelyoo. It looks to be that way. Good shot, good shooting there. Awareness of where the enemy tanks could be positioning. But a lot of early control taken by Fumes. That zero line aggression by the RHM, just blind committing into it, has given them a lot of vision across the map at the moment. He does need to be careful, but of course he doesn't know that there is no one else there on this side of the map.
Well, let's see. Rotation starting now by the team of Fumes that have bled a lot, actually, on that E100 of Simon, as Hate and Alex are going to make their way towards the west of the map. The 1-2 line is going to maybe be a point of contention in between both of those teams, as Simon takes yet another hit. Make that 2 in that E100, the E4 having a say in the matter, and Sebastian is now going to start the capture for the side of Stacked. So the siren is going off for the team of Fumes, and already 4,000 HP separating both teams.
Yeah, Simon says, "Boss, I lost half of my HP. What do you want me to do?" Not a good situation for the side of Fumes to that E100 to lose that much health. But on the plus side, if you're going to lose health on any tank, you want it to be the German Super Heavy. Radar trying to be taken by Bihos, but that has been prevented. We have a good blind shot coming out from John in the Fosh B. Now he's trying to take the radar again. There's still no plane available for Koman, but another blind shot comes in. So without any vision on where that light tank is, where they know where he is, but without actually seeing him, they've actually connected 2 shots and made him go down to half HP.
Exactly. And I mean, the Fosh B in that kind of scenario works, I guess, kind of similarly to the Tisak, as in it's able to spray and pray into the cap. And I mean, with 6 shots, odds are more likely than not that you're actually going to penetrate at least one of them, especially against the RHM that doesn't really have any armor. You'll get overmatched even, probably. And now Stacked, I mean, it's kind of the same story as it was in between Fumes and Dopamine, is that, you know, Fumes just keep losing a little bit of HP here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. And this is just starting to mount further. Now it's, like I was talking about 4K, it's 7K now, basically.
Yeah, the problem is that their lineup is designed to push, right? You've got 4 Fosh Bs, like you want a YOLO, but they're playing so like calculated and they don't want to actually commit anywhere, or they don't feel like they see an overmatch or an opportunity to do so. And that's just resulting in them just constantly bleeding HP every single time they rotate. Look at the gap now. They're almost 7,000 HP down without really anything happening across the map. Like, no one's actually committed anywhere, and you're down this much HP. So by the time a brawl actually occurs, by the time we actually have a fight happening, you're going to have to favor Stacked in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan now used the strike, I believe, to... No, he did. Yeah, he did. He's going to take a second one, so that is some additional HP or damage that is being done. And yes, the reset now comes in on towards Ethan with the double strike by Fumes, but once again, we are at the topic at, like, whom did they strike? And to be honest, if I had any target to choose from in this round, it certainly wouldn't be the mouse. They're even going to use a third strike now, so minus 1,200, and obviously that is great in its own right, but it's still the mouse that you're investing those strikes upon, and that means, like, the tank that is supposed to soak up the damage does.
Yeah, it just seems like such a waste to use 3 strikes on one guy, because that's only 1.2k damage compared to what you could have. Koman takes a shot, though, as Fumes look to repressure the field once more. Koman this time is going to run away. He's actually baiting for his teammate in Deft in that batch out. They don't know that he's here on the 0 line, but what can he really achieve? He's actually going to be walking into his death right now if he continues to push down the 0 line, because there's still an additional Fosh B and an RHM, but we've got Subwolf pushing through the middle of the map, but that's a solo play. He's completely by himself, isolated from everyone else. Deft has actually managed to dodge death, quite literally, as they cut in from the 0 line, and what was going to be a free kill for the side of Fumes ends up being a tank they don't even know is there.
Exactly, the Batchat's still a looming threat behind the lines of Fumes, and now the tanks are starting to collapse. B-Horse, the second one to get picked up, and now Deft did start opening up with that Batchat, so the double Fosh B now knows that he is there, and they are going to give chase, but in return, they're going to take a lot of damage. Alex, that is, because there's tanks behind those Fosh Bs firing, and Deft was able to make it around the corner, so he's going to, you know, just keep building distance. There's no way that Fosh Bs catch a running Batchat.
Fosh B might be quite a fast and nimble tank in its own right, but the Batchat is always faster there. Dabelyoo now caught between a rock and a hard place. Sebastian just going to peek into him in the mouse, finish off that kill. Only 3 guns left for the side of Fumes, and they did not turn a corner here. You really wanted to start in a good way to maybe try and forget about the horror show that was your last match, but it's just more of the same.
Exactly. Stacked come into this match here, and they do indeed seem prepared for whatever Fumes have cooked up. It's going to be 7-0, a scoreline that seems quite familiar from the previous NA match that we watched in between Fumes and Dopamine. So yeah, realistically, Fumes playing their 6th round today on the stream, but we're still waiting for a victory.
Yeah, that's a lot of L's to take in one day so far. I mean, we're talking like the match is already over, but the trend is the same. It's the exact same thing that we saw in the upper bracket match when they faced off against Dopamine, and it kind of feels like Groundhog Day, honestly, watching it. They keep rotating, they keep retaking parts of the map, and every time they do it, they just bleed more HP.
Yeah, it felt like the lineup that Fumes had brought, it was just Stack playing very, very careful and not falling into the trap of committing close towards the Fosh Bs. And I mean, we can see OP, not the most of damage, but he did end up picking up 3 kills. And you know, realistically, the 430U, it thrives in those brawling scenarios where it continuously fires, but this was just not one of those games. It was instead one where, you know, tanks with cyclic guns, Mouse, E4, and especially the ones with the high alpha here, ended up popping off. And yeah, I mean, for Fumes, once again, we are left kind of wondering as to what exactly will be their plan into this match here, because this wasn't it.
No, it definitely wasn't. And, you know, OP may not have been doing a lot of damage in that game, but I guarantee you he was pressing mouse 1 a lot while he pinged the minimap furiously during that battle as everyone was rotating all over the place. But, you know, other than that, like, there's really not that much to say here. It's just Fumes they're not really giving us anything to like to grab onto to like put any kind of hope into this match so far. Hopefully that's going to change going forwards, but at the moment it's looking pretty dire.
And it's only 1-0.
I know, but I think of it as like 6-0, as you said.
Yeah. Well,
the weird thing about it, the weird thing about it is like you bring 4 Fosh B. There we go. Okay, that makes more sense. But I still would have believed it if he went for the 5-1. But the weird thing about it with Fumes' lineup is you bring 4 Fosh Bs, which is like screaming immediate aggression, and then they ended up using the Fosh Bs like they were just some sort of rotational force. They never actually committed anywhere to go and push. They didn't even get to push into anything and YOLO with their clips. They were just spinning in circles the whole game.
And we might up ending up spinning in circles for the whole match as well, because I mean, I really want to say something positive about Fumes, but so far they're not really giving me a lot of talking points.
You might say that we're running on fumes with commentary points at the moment.
You could also say not a lot of Dopamine currently in the team of Fumes, but as we do go into this second round here, we see that Fumes are not really changing it up. It's again going to be the quadruple Fosh B, RHM 121B, and E100. The questions I had about the lineup remain the same.
Meanwhile, Stacked are bringing a Mouse T57 Heavy. Then we got triple 430U, one Fosh B, and Coman bringing the RHM. Planes come out at the start. Just 3 tanks spotted on the side of Stacked, 4 tanks spotted on the side of Fumes. That's triple Fosh B, and they are actually spotted moving towards the 890 line.
As OP does drive in towards the middle of the map, Simon also takes some damage. OP is obviously going to be on it first, so that means if Fumes want to have this artillery strike, they do need to reset the 430U. OP currently staying out of the proxy range of the Fosh B, and this is probably... No, it's not going to net them the artillery strike because the reset did come through. This means Simon is now taking the strike.
He is now collecting it, and OP does need to be careful, but off-screen death from Dabelyoo in the 121B. He just goes down, he falls in the most random of positions to just die full HP. You'd imagine taking a couple shots of damage, but to fall there, how has he even died in this situation? I can't imagine. He must have been permatracked or something, but either way, Fumes already one gun down. Now they're getting pressured in middle, and there's not really anyone here to cover Simon in this situation. He's getting clipped out. He's got his ability pop, so he's going to start to heal back, but the rest of Fumes, they need to come in to support him right now because they're nowhere to be seen.
Exactly. Simon here taking a lot of damage, healing back, but Ethan should still be able to eliminate that Fosh that's currently now down towards one shot, and instead it's going to be Ethan healing himself, healing the 430U and the T57, and yes, the HP are still kind of close, but the second kill now makes the gun disparity even worse. Also, the Inspire medium for the tank of for the team of Fumes is gone. So that additional advantage that they had at the start is absolutely gone as well, which leaves no real good options for Fumes anymore on the table. They need to commit to kind of an all-in push, but, you know, the meatball, the sponge of their team is already soaking full with water. Subwolf, he's down. He cannot tank anymore. And now it's going to be Hate, Kiwi, and Beehorse committing on towards John. They are able to eliminate Ethan, but at this point in time, the HP are just so far gone.
Yeah, this one is over once again. Stacked are going to be winning the round. They may find the kill on OP, but perhaps not even that, because Alex is on reload in the Fosh B, and unfortunately, OP Hacker in that 430U does have a lot of DPM. He gets his clip loaded out now, so they will find this kill on towards OP. Beehor's now just the last person left alive for the side of Fumes, and it's once again a dominant round from Stacked. It's 2-0.
Well, it's 2-0, and I think the most positive thing that we can take from it is that, hey, Fumes improved. They did do 2 kills. But that is really some copium. So yeah, Stacked are showing up as the favorites here, and they do prove to be a lot stronger, at least on Pilsen. This is a best of 9, so still a lot of possibilities for Fumes to come back into it, but realistically, like, we are scrambling for arguments right now. I would love for Fumes to pick up a round to, you know, at least show that they're here to play, but it seems like Dopamine and Stacked now, they have prepared for this, and they are dead serious.
Well, I should hope so. Otherwise, what's the point in showing up if you don't want to try and win? But, you know, like, we're not gonna play pretend here. Like, if there's not gonna be any kind of like opening or optimism for them winning a round, it just is what it is. And Stacked looking resurgent since their last defeat to the Fumes team, and like you said earlier, maybe Fumes caught them off guard. Maybe they didn't feel like they needed to respect their opponent, but they're definitely respecting them now.
Absolutely, and I guess we won't ever know how much preparation went into Stacked's previous match with Fumes, but I think it is fair to say that a considerable amount seems to have gone in towards this match, because as it stands, Stacked are ahead 2-0, and sometimes the score of the match doesn't really reflect what's going on, but I think right now it does, and it might end up looking even worse for Fumes, as now we are headed towards Ghost Town.
We are. I would love to know how that 1-1B died, though, because okay, first of all, he has to have been permatracked, right? Because otherwise he can definitely sit safe in that position, I'm 99% sure. So, bit of a weird way for him to go down. We are moving on to Ghost Town now, which is one of the maps that we saw Fumes play on earlier, and they did this interesting triple BZ into the cap, and then they immediately push off. I have maintained the same position throughout the entire season, that I absolutely hate the BZ. Sure, it's fast, and you got rocket boosters and lots of HP, but if you want to push off of the cap with it, it doesn't really have like that much DPM, and you got to cross all this open ground, and you got to stop and aim your shots. It's an inaccurate gun as well, so I would hope that they're not going to do that triple BZ again, at least push off the cap.
Let's see. I think the way that this triple BZ round ended for the side of Fumes should be enough to make them reconsider about the strategy, if you get what I'm hinting at. Maybe it worked well in trainings against different kinds of things, like maybe some other teams played something that, wasn't so well designed to receive this kind of cap overpush, but yeah.
I think part of the problem is like you're relatively speaking, you're an inexperienced team, and then you come into this and maybe you're a bit nervous in your first match, and then you just get completely brutalized, and then your confidence is just so low, and you get everyone's experienced this, where you get to this point where your team is so like demoralized and you feel so low in confidence that and you get to a point where people don't they don't like relay information to each other, and it creates a really negative atmosphere, and then to turn that around can be really tough.
Yeah, then again, I don't think the Fumes players are going to be too negative about it, because like as I was talking about it with Daki already, most of them are really, really happy to be here. They were stoked to join, but now that they're here, I mean, even if they don't like take home too much from this, they still want to show up as a team that's come to play, not come to completely get railed by their opponents. So let's see if Fumes are ready for this round. They are going to be cooking though. Triple light tank, double RHM and EBR paired up with Leopard 1, double Batchat, and the can opener.
It's a very, very light setup. We've seen this before. Earlier today, we saw double RHM and EBR, I think, being brought by the side of Hit and Run. We've got Simon playing the EBR, going to go aggressive through the bush line. Still a lot of stuff that we have seen before here. Will he spot out Koman, though, in the RHM is the big question. Can Koman get across that bush line without being detected? Yes, he can. So that's kind of problematic for the side of Fumes, that this EBR is sent aggressive into the bush line to get that early info. He doesn't manage to find that light tank. The key thing here is that perhaps because Koman isn't spotted, he may think that he can leave, which he definitely cannot at the moment.
Well, Simon seems to not be super comfortable with this as well, though, as he does drive back. Because any tank that would get spotted deeply on the map for stacked now would mean the plane does go down, and Simon actually does get spotted here, and this means that some tanks at least are available for shooting. He does take damage too, so this means that the plane is going to recharge on Coleman. More damage coming in. That is a level 3 plane, and he doesn't know it, but he drives right back into it, so more shots are going to be flying towards this EBR. Simon down towards an APCR one-shot even for the enemy RHMs, and Dabelyoo takes a blind shot, literally catching the strays for Simon.
Yeah, he is very, very lucky to be alive right now, but he did a good job of weaving all over the place to the best of his ability. We can say that's a minor skill issue from the side of Stack, that they don't actually find the kill there, because he was basically stationary in the middle of the open for a moment there. But that EBR, not only do they have the info that they have an EBR, but he's also down to 200 HP, which makes it very difficult for him to find effectiveness in this game.
Yeah, I guess the most positive thing, as you said, is the fact that he is still alive and kicking. But other than that, Stacked have essentially found a way to go into this round and start mitigating that light tank advantage that Fumes have here. Because it is still, at the end of the day, 2 versus 3 light tanks. And on Ghost Town, those light tanks really start shining the longer the game goes. So for Stacked, success to mitigate that, success to keep it contained. All of that being said and done, though, Fumes are losing currently according to the tiebreaker conditions, simply because Stacked have done more damage. So it's up to Fumes to make something happen. And with Stacked taking more map control on the western side of the map, I'm not really sure if they can do that too much. Although T57 push coming out from Fly on the 8 line now, he's going to start contesting the artillery strike. And that is interesting, because normally we don't really see singular T57s driving in towards this. The strike is going to reset him. This might open up the possibilities for Hate to take the strike himself, but no. It's just going to be the strikes to do a bit of damage, and now Fly is able to take the strike again. Ooh, good reset from Dabelyoo.
Yeah, well, neither of them can actually take the strike right now, because they have to drive far enough forward so that they're inside the circle. But of course, once they do that, they're both exposed to the respective RHMs from both teams, who can just HE reset if necessary. But Fly is now trying to take it. Dabelyoo gets the reset one more time, so now Hate can start collecting this, and this is going to continue at least for a little while. Non-connection from Koma there. Mini strike now being placed. That's going to reset it once more, but I don't think that either of them really are going to be too interested in trying to take the strike again, because they know that they just get permanently reset.
Well, the thing is, how well can Stacked actually reset the strike here of Hate? Because that was the Leopard 1 using its baby strike. There is another big strike available for the reset, though. But like after this one, those are all this is all utility being used that you don't really get back. Yes, there is another strike to come out, so it must be a really annoying game of all the tanks right now for Hate. But yeah, Stacked are essentially out of strikes now, so they can't keep this going. Oh, good blind shot coming out from Hate. Yes, the reset comes through, but Hate obviously will know through his ability that he actually hit the RHM, so if you ask him, it's a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, it's always definitely worth to hit that light tank there. Koma now deciding to reposition a bit, just to make sure that he doesn't get either blind fired or blind planed, for example. But again, the strike being collected, and once more it gets denied. But we've got this grouping up of the guys from Stacked, and OP Hacker actually finds a kill on towards Simon, who was obviously the one-shot EBR from earlier. I'm not sure if that was a blind. I would imagine probably so, but a good kill. They finally get that EBR, and now the strike being collected by Stacked, and Dabelyoo does manage to deny it once more. So this strike trade, this little mini game that we got in the middle of the map, is still going to continue. But now Fumes are going to be in trouble, because they have pushed up Deft and Sebastian on the 0 line, and now they're going to be able to free farm on towards Hate, and that can opener does have good armor, but when he's just sitting in the open like that, there's not really anywhere for him to go.
Exactly, the Batshot of Sebastian probably providing the most amount of damage on towards the can opener, down towards a one-shot, even for the RHMs. And now Ethan is going to start making a move in that mouse. So this little mini-game that we were talking about, nice double shot, by the way, by Hate. But he goes down, and so now this little minigame is going to be won by Stacked. They will claim the strike, and they will also find Dabelyoo, who probably missed his window of timing, his opportunity, his possibility of making it out of there. Stacked are going to clean up the eastern part of the map, but the same is going to happen towards Stacked themselves, because OP Hacker missed the timing here, wasn't able to get away anymore. But at the end of the day, that is one tank being traded for a lot more on the other side. The strikes end up missing, and we're left with a 6 versus 3.
They basically traded their entire team just to kill one tank, essentially. And OP will not care one bit that he goes down there, because his team is in a 6 versus 3, and they have almost 3 times the amount of health remaining that Fumes do in this situation, and while Fumes do have a light tank, it's not really going to help them much because Stacked have 2 of their own and a lot more HP to go along with it. So once again, it's kind of a slow burner of a round, but the candle will go out for Fumes in this round as well.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we are ending kind of slowly here as well just underlines how Stacked were playing it. It was slow, yes, but it was controlled also. And this just means that, you know, Stacked are taking this this matchup very, very seriously. And good for them. I mean, they are going to net themselves the 3rd round in a row, the 3rd round of the match. And they just need 2 more after this one to, you know, cleanly make it through and repeat the performance that Dopamine had against Fume.
Yeah, and that would set us up nicely for the grand final, but there's still a way to go. It's still only going to be 3-0 after this round, as Subwolf is the last tank left to find, so John's been sent out on a mission as he gets clipped, but he's got plenty of his buddies to support him from the back, and Koman is the one to find the kill.
And well, now, I mean, Fumes were able to hold on for longer, but that really doesn't help them in the grand scheme of things because, well, they killed 1 tank, but in turn, their entire team died. And all of this off of the opening where they should have had the light tank advantage, but it didn't manifest. It didn't look in the game like at any point in time Fumes had the informational advantage or any sort of, you know, it being close to that even. It just was basically a small grindy mini game, as you said, around the strike at the stairs, and other than that was yeah, the team was Stacked taking map control, taking resources, taking everything from Fumes, and in return just giving them damage.
I think what's telling is that Fumes brought 3 light tanks and they somehow had less information or no information really available to them. Of course, Simon getting spotted at the start, the plane is kind of 50-50, right? But, you know, ultimately he did put it in the correct place, so it is a well predicted blind plane there. Simon was actually quite unlucky twice because the first plane, he almost drove out of the circle just before it was active, and the second one as well, he just drove straight back into it, which was also very unfortunate for him. But yeah, it's just another round for Stacked, and the way these games are going, it doesn't seem like Fumes, if the game gets stalled out and you have to have like a secondary idea or secondary rotation in the game other than just the first push, it doesn't seem like they really know what they want to do.
Well, we still have this second round on Ghost Town, and realistically, it's the 4th attempt that that Fumes are now taking at it. So maybe 4th time's the charm off.
Well, it's another opportunity to win a round, that's for sure. I think Stacked are playing to their opponent's weakness, right? I think they realize at this point that if they don't need to actually directly fight Fumes in an immediate brawl at the start of the game, because that, you know, when you get these brawls at the start and it's more chaotic, it can kind of go either way. But if you think that you're a more like tactical, have a tactical advantage as a team, you can afford to just play it slower and slowly grind down your opponent. And this is exactly what we saw in the Dopamine game as well. They didn't actually have to go and directly fight them. They just slowly trickled the HP. They death by 1,000 paper cuts.
And it just speaks to the attitude that Stacked has when approaching this match. They're not getting ahead of themselves. They're not trying to cut any corners. Instead, they're, you know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that arguably the higher amount of experience that they bring to the table, that it really fully pays off. So I think that's, at this point in time, realistically, what we're left with. But what we're left with also is at least 2 more rounds of World of Tanks where Fumes can still convince us otherwise. And again, they're not really changing it. They're playing kind of the same setup that they had last round as well. One can opener, double Batchat, Leopard 1, and then again the triple light tank of double RHM and EBR.
Well, we'll see if they can make it work this time with the triple light tank. Stacked, I think they've brought pretty much the same lineup as well. I know they brought double RHM last round and a Leo and a Sente X. I think it is actually the same lineup. Again, once more we've got Simon going aggressively through the middle in his EBR, clearing out those bushes early on, activates his ability. I don't think he's actually going to see anyone. He does spot Fly in the T57, so a little bit of info gained. He also spots Seabass in that Batchat going towards A0, so some good early info for Fumes there. How do they use this info is the next question.
That is indeed a good question. Once again, OP in the Centurion Action X playing on the one line. This time, however, he does have a spotting screen, and that one is called Deft in the RHM. It doesn't generate too much info, but for the time being, it does indeed generate safety for the Centurion Action X of OP. Hate was able to pick up the strike this time around at least, and OP once again tries taking the strike on the 1-2. He possibly was reset blind by the K4 position, maybe the RHM from there, or maybe one of the Batchats were blind clipping. And now Stacked are taking at least one of the strikes because OP got reset again. And obviously the tanks of Fumes, or rather the team of Fumes, they do know that they hit something because they have the abilities to go off of, and now OP even got spotted. So it was probably the RHM of Fumes resetting and then planing. So good stuff by Fumes coming out. This time around, it is the team of Stacked that is bleeding more.
Yeah, and Fumes look like they could have a good opportunity here to find a kill because OP is stuck in a very awkward position. Deft is now forced to run away in that RHM, and he'll probably take at least a couple of shots, more shots coming in from the back lines. Can they find the kill on that RHM? It would be huge, and they do. Fumes taking an advantage early on in one of the rounds. This is going to be their best opportunity yet to pick up a round win.
And this time around, it's also that Fumes are actually generating more information with their light tanks. Even though the double Batchat is the one pushing, we have the EBR now on the 9 line, driving very, very aggressively. So far, he doesn't really see a lot, probably doesn't want to hang around either. But this is a lot of control for the team of Fumes. They're trying to take the Southern Information Tower now even. I'm not entirely sure if that's a good idea. Indeed, Bihos is going to take a strike for it, but they're just going to try again. And this is going to give full information for the team in orange here. They know about the whereabouts of every single tank on the team of Stacked. So 6 tanks, 6 locations. They have the info. They need to convert it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of map control right now. They have control over 2 of the strikes on the field. They've also got the radar, which they could also take because they push back Stacked so far into their own spawn. They don't even have render or anyone in position to shoot that, even if it were to get planed. And with the HP even and Fumes actually having a gun advantage, I'm starting to consider at this point, when you might be on such low confidence after taking so many round losses, that you'd be quite content to actually just sit with what you've got. You've got the 1 gun advantage, and as long as that remains until the end of the round, technically you're winning.
And technically, Stacked would be losing. They are trying to avert that, however, and they are committing a lot of resources to try and somehow bring it back. They're sending essentially all of their mediums and light tanks towards the 1 line for a coordinated attack onto the tanks that Fumes still have remaining there, or should I say tank, because right now it's only Subwolf there with the Batchat, and he's not really... I'm not entirely sure if he's spotting there. I mean, worst case scenario for Fumes, Coleman puts the plane into the bush that Subwolf is spotting from, and then he needs to go down and they catch him, but no. I think Subwolf now recognizes that, you know, he is kind of in an endangered position. He goes back 1 ditch, but the Leopard 1 of Fumes in the K4 position that could support has gone away, and now the issues start becoming apparent. Subwolf is by himself. no one is really able to support him. The Bat Chat is going to come in with the clip, and it's just going to end up being a 1-1 in the kill department.
Yeah, they do find the kill on towards that Bat Chat, and they did have everyone on that balcony covering earlier on, but they all left, and it was just Alex left in the Leopard 1, but now John pushing up in his Leo 1. He's not spotted at the moment. Plane comes in towards him. John taking another shot of damage, and these tanks are kind of squishy. They're not the greatest tanks to push in this situation, and Fumes are going to meet them on the balcony in their spawn. Strike comes in on towards Dabelyoo and Kiwi. That does pretty good damage. Now Alex is getting crossfired from behind. That's the mouse in the middle of the map who's putting in some good shots here. Both teams trading it out with their squishy paper tanks that have no armor. Seabass careful to hang on to the edge there. Doesn't want to drop off down below, probably going to lose HP, but look at the key player here. It's Simon from the back lines in the EBR. They've got them surrounded right now, and he is able to just free farm in the back of all these tanks.
Exactly, but Ethan actually with the mouse is able to provide fire in towards those tanks of Fumes as well, and this is why both of them end up dying here. Yes, Sebastian gets killed as well, but now the Centurion Action X hold down, it does reign supreme, and in the city as well, Ethan just having the HP advantage against the can opener that doesn't have the best of pen is able to put in this singular shot though, but the mouse in the brawl should be able to hold the upper hand, hold the advantage. And once again, Fumes are on the back foot in a round that they realistically started off very, very well, but stacked with that simple, to be honest, pretty simple 1-2 push, able to bring it back. And Fumes, after a pretty good opening, not with the answers to the questions that Stacked had prepared.
Yeah, Stacked with a well-timed repush. If it had come slightly earlier, then Fumes would have been prepared for it, but it was not meant to be, as Fumes will lose another round. It was looking so good at one point, and they definitely had a best opportunity yet to pick up a round win. Now Koman hunting down that EBR with HE loaded up and ready to go. Simon making it as weird as possible by driving erratically to stop Koman from finding the kill on him, but at this point you are just playing for time. You're playing to delay the game, delay the inevitable.
Yeah, Simon with the EBR is probably not going to pull off the 1v5, even though, I mean, John is a one-shot, but that doesn't matter.
You see that? He used the level 1 strike. He actually predicted where the EBR was going to go. Just a nice one there in the little mini games. Now Simon, can he find the Leo? Can he push down the one line and find John? That's the first kill that he needs in this legendary 1 versus 5 comeback.
It would be good for him to get it, but then again, I think it wouldn't really change the entirety of the situation. John, also with good situational awareness, is just going to duke the EBR, and this makes the cap now the most likely outcome of this round, where Stacked is going to snatch victory from, well, a backward position that they were playing from. But at the end of the day, once again, experience and player skill reigning supreme. A good shot by reset. Simon.
Oh, that's a little rascal. He gets away with it and just delays the game for another 30 seconds, just being as annoying as he possibly can. If he can't win the round, then he can definitely waste their time.
Well, I don't think Stacked are necessarily going to take this too badly. Ooh, Simon there with a little jump as well, and he is going to come back into the cap, and he sees the Leopard 1. He decides to shoot on towards the T-57, but he does end up missing. Not the T-57, however, and it's going to be a situation no all kill cap as Stacked do complete both primary objectives. They're not going to get 2 points for it, but 1 for now is enough to put them on a match point. It's going to be 4-0, and Fumes are looking at a 0-9 on stream.
Yeah, so they keep the loss streak going, so big up for that. But it was their best chance to win a round, right? They got the kill early on towards Def to kind of misplayed by not running away on time, and they even bled HP on towards OP in the Centurion AX, who was kind of like trying to take the strike, or a little bit too interested in collecting that strike and sacrifice a bit of health for it. But in the end, Stacked were able to run it back with a simple push down the one line. They caught the Batched on a timing when no one else was really in position to cover him, and then they just kept it going from there.
Yeah, and realistically, I think 6,000 damage. That was Ethan from or in the city with that mouse. He was just quietly accumulating damage, and good for him. And I think most importantly, he was providing the damage on towards the most important engagement of the game, which was this K4 engagement with all of those squishy tanks duking it out. And it was indeed a very, very close engagement. So, you know, a couple, 3 or maybe even 4 shots off the mouse definitely come in clutch to help from the city. Because, well, he's not able to contribute his HP pool, but at the very least, he was able to contribute shots. And now, after Pilsen and Ghost Town, we are going to travel, I guess, to Greece. That is where the map is kind of located. We are going to go to Cliff, but, you know, we might not be staying there. Just like every good vacation, the stay might be brief.
It could be a quick round, but like I said, the way that Fumes are losing these games is usually when it's a slower pace and they kind of just get out-rotated and out-traded by their opponents. So maybe Cliff is what they need, the injection, to have like a quick round. If they can get an overmatch early on and then just keep that and then able to win a round, maybe they can generate a way back into this game. It doesn't look likely, but anything is possible.
Anything is possible, and to be honest, at least at this point for Fumes, at least I would love for them to pick up a round, because they have beaten a lot of other teams to get here, and they have looked pretty convincing doing so. So the performance that we do see from them today is a little bit disappointing. But then again, I mean, Dopamine and Stacked are kind of the cream of the crop of the NA server. So they are currently fighting against the best and not the rest. Although this might be the rest of what we see of the match. Triple 50B coming out from Fumes, double CS 63, a TVP and an RHM. That looks like a lineup that is extremely difficult to execute.
Squishy is how I would characterize it. We've got a plane coming out of the start, spotting 6 out of 7. So a good plane there by Bhoz in the RHM, and now he's actually going to rotate to go towards the north. We've got double CS from Fumes going towards the middle of the map. Are they going to try and take the hill? We've got Koman going up in his T100. There's not really anyone here to stop him from doing so, so he's going to get up that hill for free. And we've got double CS in mid, but the entire team from Stacked is spotted crossing towards the donut, and Subwolf needs to get out of there because he's going to face the full fury of this purple force that is pushing towards him.
Yeah, and we do see the Stacked lineup here just with more brawling tanks. They also brought the 1-2-1 as the Inspire tank most interestingly, and now it becomes kind of the question as to why Fumes gave up the other positions, because at this point in time they'll have to fight against hold down 430Us and 1-2-1s. Those are not the tanks that you want to be shooting with your 50Bs over quite some distance, as the initial volleys vastly favor Stacked and they end up picking the first kill. The 1-2-1 is going to be picking it up, and now things are going to go from bad to worse, possibly for Fumes, as they have to attempt a repush into essentially the entirety of what is a firing squad by Stacked. The kills going left, right, and center at this point, but the lineup by Stacked is just much better for these kind of scenarios. The 50Bs out of steam, the CSs out of HP for Stacked, and Fumes is out of rounds that they can lose. It's going to be Stacked picking it up 5-0.
Yeah, Fumes running on empty, and unfortunately for them, it's like poetry. The last round that they play on the stream is the worst round. That was absolutely brutal, the way they just got completely destroyed there at the end. And, you know, like you said earlier on, they were happy that they made it through into the playoffs, managed to get on stream. They took a nice team picture there. They can put that in a scrapbook. And, you know, it is a good achievement, ultimately. It's just in the immediate aftermath of this, it's kind of a bitter way to celebrate third place, right?
Well, they are still going to be taking home some cash at the very least, so it's like the meme. They can, dry their crying eyes with a few Benjamins. But yeah, at the end of the day, Stacked just, well, A level, make that 2 levels, 3 levels above of what Fumes was able to bring to the table. And yeah, the damage spread pretty good. Fly didn't even get to reload. His teammates were just mopping the floor with the tanks of Fumes so fast that he wasn't able to get the second clip. He did one, and that was kind of all she wrote, but he didn't need to do more. His teammate, I mean, at this point in time, I guess Fly is sort of the royalty of the team of Stacked, because he lets other people do the farming for him.
Yeah, he's very considerate like that. But I think what we can take away from this is Stacked and Dopamine, neither of them really got tested in this match today when they both played against Fumes. I'd say Dopamine's was slightly more convincing, and like it's kind of hard to tell because of how dominant both of the matches were. But I feel like Dopamine definitely will have the edge in tomorrow's matchup when they play in the grand final. But it's just kind of hard to tell because you don't really test either of the teams.
Yeah, well, we have something else to go off of. Both of them already played a best of 9 against Burbo, where Dopamine took it 5-1 and Stacked only took it in tiebreaker. So in theory, I guess Dopamine should be favored. But yeah, this means that we are kind of at the end of the stream as well. As you can see, we are still on the 22nd of February. But tomorrow, on the 23rd, is when the grand finals are going to be streamed. And with those grand finals, we'll, of course, have great drops available as well. Today already, you were able to claim 6 OLS tokens. Tomorrow, that'll be more, that'll be 8, but that is not everything. Tomorrow as well, we're going to have mystery drops both after 120 and after 240 minutes. So I think from the selection of things, they're ranging from 3D styles over 2D styles, Days of World of Tanks Premium, and consumables. I think the premium tanks are probably the coolest because after 120 minutes, it's either going to be a Sherman or a Type 64, and after 240 minutes, it's going to be either the Hjälpkran style for the Kranvang or even some T8 premiums. But that is not everything, because it's been actually quite some time, I believe. Start of November is when we had the last one, but we are going to have yet another clan showdown, so the fans of 15v15 tank-on-tank action are going to be very satisfied to hear about this one. The playoffs are going to be happening on the 5th and 6th of April, with qualifiers group stages obviously being played at the usual times before that. But I think that is quite enough talky today from the two of us. And for those of you who haven't been able to claim the drops yet, we are obviously going to be raiding Darky after the stream, where you'll be able to claim them until midnight UTC. So I think for now, that is all from us. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. UTC. That's 4 p.m. Central European Time. Peace and out.